Hello and welcome back. I am so glad you are here tonight. Wherever you are right now, lying in your bed, resting on your couch, or simply closing your eyes in a quiet room, I want you to take one slow, deep breath with me. Breathe in gently and breathe out slowly. Very good. Tonight we are going somewhere quite beautiful together. We are going back in time, a very long way back, nearly 2,000 years into the past, to a world of cobblestone streets, warm bread baking in clay ovens, the sound of sandaled feet on stone, and the soft murmur of a busy but peaceful city waking up before sunrise. Tonight, we are visiting ancient Rome, but not the Rome of emperors and battles, not the Rome of senators giving great speeches. Tonight, we are visiting something quieter, something more human, something that feels, in many ways, very familiar. Tonight, we are spending the day with a Roman merchant, an ordinary person, someone who woke up early every morning, someone who had a shop to open, customers to greet, goods to sell, coins to count, and a family to go home to at the end of the day. Someone, in many ways, not so different from people we know today. We will walk with this merchant from the very first light of dawn all the way through the warm and golden afternoon and into the quiet of the evening. We will see what they ate, what they wore, how their shop looked, who they talked to, and what small joys and worries filled their days. There is no rush tonight. We move slowly, we move gently. And as you listen, I hope you feel yourself growing more and more relaxed with every word. Let us begin. Let us settle in a little deeper now. Let your body grow heavier into wherever you are resting. Take one slow breath in and let it go. Good. Tonight we are going back, far back, to a world of oil lamps and clay tiles and narrow streets of worn stone, to a city that was, in its time, the center of everything known, a city of 1,000,000 souls, all breathing the same air, all rising and resting beneath the same Roman sky. We are going to spend time, quiet, unhurried time in a single morning, one morning in ancient Rome, before the sun has even touched the tops of the buildings, before the bread is out of the oven, before the city has fully decided to wake up. This is the hour that belongs to no one and everyone. This is the hour before the sun rises. Imagine it is perhaps 3 hours before sunrise. By our modern reckoning, that might be somewhere around 3 or 4 in the morning, depending on the season. In summer, when the Roman days are long and bright, the sun rises early, and so 3 hours before dawn might still feel like the middle of the night. In winter it rises later, and these dark hours stretch even longer, thick and cool and very still. The street outside Marcus's building is almost completely silent, almost, because Rome, even in its deepest sleeping hours, was never entirely quiet. This is something historians and writers who have studied ancient Rome come back to again and again. The city was loud, surprisingly, startlingly loud even at night. The Roman writer Juvenal, who lived in Rome around the end of the 1st century and the beginning of the 2nd, complained bitterly about the noise of the city keeping him awake. He wrote about the constant racket of the streets, the rumbling of carts, the shouting of drivers, the clanging of metal workers, the barking of dogs. And here is why. During the day, wheeled vehicles, carts, wagons, were actually banned from the central streets of Rome. The streets were simply too narrow and too crowded with pedestrians to allow both. So the carts and delivery wagons that kept the city supplied with grain, wood, amphorae of wine and oil, building materials, and all the other goods that a city of 1,000,000 people required every single day, all of those vehicles had to do their work at night. This meant that the Roman night was filled with the deep rumbling sound of wooden-wheeled carts being pulled by mules and oxen over cobblestone roads. The wheels were iron-rimmed, and they made an extraordinary amount of noise on the hard stone streets. A heavy grain wagon going past at 2 in the morning would have sounded, to someone lying awake in an upper-floor apartment, like a small earthquake moving slowly down the street. Then there were the night watchmen, the vigils, who patrolled the streets in groups, keeping an eye out for fires and criminals and general disorder. You might hear their footsteps and the occasional exchange of voices as a patrol passed below. There were the cats. Rome was full of cats, as many ancient cities were, since they were valued for keeping down the populations of rats and mice that were an inevitable presence in any large, grain-storing urban center. The cats moved through the night streets silently, but sometimes their voices rose in that particular, unsettling sound that cats make in the dark. And there were the dogs. Romans kept dogs as guard animals, as hunting companions, and as pets, and the dogs of Rome did not sleep quietly through the night. One dog beginning to bark could set off a whole neighborhood of dogs, the sound rippling outward like a wave and then eventually subsiding back into silence. So Marcus, lying in his bed in the hours before dawn, was not lying in perfect silence. He was lying in the familiar, well-known sounds of his city at rest. And because these sounds had been the background of every night of his life since childhood, he slept through most of them without even registering them. The brain learns very quickly to sort the familiar from the unfamiliar. The rumble of a grain cart was normal. The cry of a baby 2 floors above was normal. The clatter of something falling in the street below was normal. These sounds were simply the breathing of the city, the sign that it was alive. Let us stay in this darkness for a little while and really feel it. The room where Marcus slept was dark in a way that most of us, in our world of streetlights and phone screens and the faint glow of standby lights on electronic devices, rarely experience. It was the kind of dark where you genuinely could not see your hand in front of your face. Complete, total, warm darkness. The only light that might penetrate the room was the very faint orange flicker of a torch mounted on a building across the narrow street. If Marcus happened to live near one of the main roads where such torches were maintained, but even this was dim and intermittent. A passing cloud or a gust of wind could extinguish it entirely. Romans used oil lamps for light. Small terracotta or bronze devices filled with olive oil with a wick of plant fiber that burned with a tiny, warm, slightly smoky flame. They were not bright. A single lamp in a room gave just enough light to move around without walking into furniture and barely enough to read by without straining your eyes. Multiple lamps together gave reasonable light for a small room, but they used oil, which cost money, and they required tending. The wick needed trimming regularly or it smoked and guttered, and they posed a genuine fire risk if left burning unattended. So before bed the lamps were extinguished, and the darkness was complete. In this darkness the other senses became more alive. The smell of the room, the faint, particular smell of wool and wood and plastered walls, and the lingering ghost of the evening's cooking from the kitchen below. The feeling of the wool blankets, heavy and warm. The slight roughness of the mattress fabric against skin. The temperature of the air, cool near the face, warm under the coverings. And sound, above all. In the dark, sound told you everything. The deep, slow breathing of Livia beside him. The very faint sound from the next room of the children sleeping. The muffled rumble of a cart several streets away, the creak of the building's wooden upper floor as it shifted and settled in the cool night air. Old buildings make sounds. Roman apartment buildings, the insulae, were built partly of brick and stone at the base, but often had upper floors of lighter construction, using wood extensively. These buildings creaked and groaned and settled throughout the night, particularly as the temperature dropped. This was simply the voice of the building, and every Roman who lived in one knew it. The smell of the night air coming through the small window opening was the smell of Rome. Smoke from 1,000 cooking fires and lamp flames. The faint, warm smell of animals, horses and mules and donkeys that were kept in stables throughout the city. The earthy smell of the streets themselves, which, despite regular cleaning by rain and by the work of the vigils, were inevitably host to all the smells that come with a dense urban population without modern sanitation. But also drifting over all of this, particularly in spring and summer, the smell of flowering plants kept in window boxes and the small garden courtyards that were tucked between buildings. The Romans loved plants. They kept herbs, rosemary, thyme, bay, mint, on windowsills and in terracotta pots. These smells mixed into the nighttime air of Rome and softened it. This was the world Marcus's sleeping body was resting in, this dark, layered breathing, smelling, sounding world. Now, in the very deep hours of the morning, something begins to shift. It is not dramatic. There is no sudden change. It is the subtlest thing in the world, just the tiniest thinning of the darkness, not light yet, not even close to light. Just a suggestion that the absolute black of the deep night has begun, by degrees so small as to be barely perceptible, to soften. And somehow, perhaps because the human body has its own internal clock that is more finely tuned than we sometimes give it credit for, Marcus begins to stir. He does not wake all at once. This is not how Roman merchants woke up. There were no alarm clocks, no jarring electronic sounds, no sudden phone notifications. Waking in the ancient world was a gentler, more gradual process. The body moved from deep sleep to lighter sleep to something between sleep and wakefulness in its own time, guided by the accumulated signals of many mornings doing exactly this: a slight change in breathing, a shift of position, the slow return of conscious thought, swimming up from the deep water of sleep like something rising from a warm, dark sea. The first conscious sensation might simply be awareness. I am awake. I am here, in this bed, in this room, in this building, on this street, in this city. Then, almost immediately, the merchant's mind would begin to move. Not with anxiety or urgency, just the natural engagement of a mind that was accustomed to having things to think about and to do. Today there was the shipment to check on. Today there was a customer coming in the late morning who had ordered a specific length of fine dyed wool. Today the accounts needed reviewing. Today, but these thoughts were still soft and slow, still half wrapped in the warmth of sleep. There was no rush. There was never any rush in these first minutes. Marcus might lie still for a while, eyes open in the darkness, or perhaps still closed, listening to the city, listening to the breathing of his wife beside him, simply being awake in the warm dark before the day had quite begun. This is a moment that most people who have ever lived have experienced. The lying still in the morning dark moment, when the day has not yet made any demands, when you are simply present and warm and not yet required to be anything other than what you are, a body at rest, a mind returning to itself. Romans believed this threshold time, the hour before dawn, the liminal space between night and day, had a particular quality. It was the time when the boundary between the mortal world and the world of spirits was most permeable. It was the time when meaningful dreams were most likely to occur. The Romans took dreams with great seriousness. They did not regard dreams as simply the random noise of a sleeping brain. They regarded them as potential messages from the gods, from the dead, from Fortune herself, that could, if interpreted correctly, offer guidance or warning. A merchant who dreamed of clear water might expect good fortune in business. A dream of ships arriving safely at port was auspicious. A dream of rats in the storeroom was a warning. There were professional dream interpreters in Rome, critics, who could be consulted for a fee. There were entire books written on the meaning of dreams, of which at least one, the Venero Critica of Artemidorus, written in the 2nd century AD, still survives and can be read today. Whether Marcus placed great stock in dreams or simply registered them as the mind's own strange theater and moved on, we cannot know, but he was a man of his time and his culture, and his time and culture saw the dark before dawn as a special, significant hour. At some point, the decision was made. It was time to get up. Marcus would sit up slowly. The wooden bed would creak slightly under the shift in weight. The cooler air of the room would touch his face and shoulders, and he would feel the immediate mild shock of it after the warmth of the blankets. He would sit on the edge of the bed for a moment, feet finding the floor, stone or packed earth, cool underfoot. In the room there would have been a clay bowl or basin, filled the night before with water drawn from the building's ground floor cistern or from the nearby public fountain. Marcus would lean over this basin and splash water on his face. The water was cold, sharply, bracingly cold, and this simple act, cold water on a sleepy face, is one of the most timeless and universal of all human morning rituals. People have been doing this exact thing for as long as there has been water and faces, and they will presumably continue doing it long after our own time has become as distant as ancient Rome. He would use a cloth, a rough linen rag, to dry his face. He might run wet hands through his hair to smooth it, or use the bone or wooden comb kept nearby for this purpose. Romans, both men and women, cared about their appearance. A well-groomed appearance was a sign of self-respect and social respectability. A merchant who appeared before his customers looking unkempt and careless was making a statement he probably did not intend to make. Roman men were mostly clean-shaven during the imperial period, the centuries around the time we are visiting tonight. This was actually a fashion that had shifted over Rome's long history. In the early Republic, beards were common. Then the fashion changed and clean-shaving became the norm, supposedly influenced partly by Alexander the Great's preference for a clean-shaved face and partly by Roman notions of order, discipline, and personal grooming. Professional barbers, tonsors, were common throughout the city, and visiting the barber shop was another important social institution where men gathered to talk and be groomed. Marcus likely shaved every day or every other day, either himself with a small iron razor or by visiting the barber. The shave might happen in the morning at home, or it might be something he did later in the day, when the barber shop was more social and he could combine the grooming with a bit of conversation and neighborhood news. Now he moved to the small household shrine. In the corner of the room, or perhaps set into a small niche in the wall, was the lararium, the family shrine. It was a modest thing in most Roman homes of Marcus's standing, not an elaborate painted cabinet like those found in the wealthy houses of Pompeii, but perhaps a simple shelf or alcove in the wall, with a small terracotta or bronze figurine of one of the Lares standing upon it. Perhaps also a small figure of the Penates, the gods of the household stores and provisions, protectors of the pantry and the food supply. And perhaps in a small pottery dish before them, the remains of yesterday's offering, a crumb of bread, a tiny pool of dried wine, a flower that was beginning to wilt. Marcus would stand before this shrine for a moment, in the near darkness of the room, with only the very first gray suggestion of pre-dawn light coming through the window. This was a quiet and private moment, not formal, not theatrical, simply a man standing before the gods of his home at the start of another day, acknowledging them. He might speak the words of a short prayer quietly, almost under his breath. The prayer was probably not elaborate. It might simply have been a thanks for the night's rest, a request for protection for his family through the coming day, a hope for good business and fair dealing, a word for the health of the children. He might replace yesterday's offering with a fresh one, a small piece of bread broken from the morning's loaf, a few drops of wine from a small cup. These offerings were not rich or costly. They were simply tokens of recognition, a gesture that said, "I know you are here. I am grateful. Please continue to watch over us." This practice, this small, daily, utterly sincere domestic ritual, is one of the things about Roman family life that feels most moving when you consider it carefully. The Romans knew, as all people have always known, that life is fragile, that children can get sick, that businesses can fail, that ships can sink and crops can fail, and people you love can be taken away without warning. And in the face of all of this uncertainty, the response was simply to stand each morning before the small figures of the household gods and say quietly, "I am here. My family is here. Please let us remain so." It is not so different from the prayers that people say in bedrooms and kitchens all around the world, every single morning in every language and every tradition. The words are different, the figures are different, but the impulse is the same human need to acknowledge something beyond ourselves, the same reaching outward into the unknown, hoping for some answering warmth. After his prayer, Marcus was ready. The room was lightening very slightly now. Outside, the sky had shifted from absolute black to a deep, dark gray blue. Not dawn yet, not even close, but the night was retreating. He dressed quietly so as not to wake Livia, who would rise a little later and begin the household's morning routine. The tunic went on, a single smooth motion pulling the woolen fabric over his head and letting it fall to his knees, the belt cinched at the waist to hold the tunic neatly. The sandals, two pieces of thick leather sole with straps of thinner leather, tied and buckled around his foot and ankle. He picked up his cloak from where it had been folded over a wooden stool, a plain, heavy woolen rectangle that could be draped over the shoulder and wrapped around the body for warmth. The early morning air would be cool, perhaps cold in winter, and a cloak was not a luxury. He paused at the doorway of the room for a moment, looked back at the dark shape of Livia asleep in the bed, looked across the hall toward the children's room, where he could just hear the quiet sound of their breathing. Everyone here, everyone safe, one more morning. He turned, moved quietly through the small apartment, and began to descend the narrow wooden staircase toward the shop below. Outside, somewhere nearby, a rooster crowed, and the city of Rome opened its eyes to another day. The door from the shop to the street was a heavy wooden thing, fitted with an iron lock and iron hinges that had darkened with age and use. Marcus lifted the latch and pushed it open, and the morning air came in all at once. It was cool, in the way that early morning air is always cool, regardless of the season, a particular freshness that belongs only to this hour, before the sun has had time to warm the stones and the walls and the earth beneath the street. In summer, This cool morning air was one of the genuine pleasures of rising early. In winter, it was something to be endured with a tighter cloak and a quick breath of acceptance. Marcus stepped out onto the stone threshold of his shop and stood for a moment looking up and down the street. Let us stand beside him and look too. The street in front of him was perhaps 4 or 5 meters wide. In some parts of Rome, streets were narrower still, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass each other without turning sideways. In others, particularly along the main thoroughfares, they were somewhat wider. But this street, this ordinary neighborhood street in one of Rome's countless residential and commercial districts, was a typical Roman street. Narrow, purposeful, enclosed on both sides by tall buildings that rose 3, 4, sometimes 5 stories into the air. The buildings on either side leaned slightly toward each other as they rose, the way old buildings in crowded cities tend to do, as if they had grown comfortable with each other's company over the decades. The upper floors, built partly of wood and lighter materials on top of the solid brick and concrete lower levels, had small windows, some shuttered, some open to the morning air. From a few of these windows, dim lamplight still glowed faintly, the sign of someone already awake and moving about in an upper apartment. The street itself was paved with large, irregular polygonal stones, basalt, a hard, dark volcanic rock that was the standard paving material of Roman roads in and around the city. These stones were fitted together with great skill, their edges touching neatly, their surfaces worn smooth by generations of feet and hooves and cartwheels. In the rain, they became slippery. In the summer heat, they held warmth long into the evening. In the morning, they were cool and faintly damp with dew. Down the center of the street, or perhaps along one side, ran a channel, a shallow gutter cut into the stone, designed to carry rainwater and the runoff of daily street washing toward the nearest drain. Rome had a drainage system, the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Drain, one of the oldest engineering works in Roman history, that carried wastewater from the streets through underground channels to the Tiber River. It was not a perfect system. The streets still got dirty, as the streets of any large city always do, but it was a system. It existed, and that alone put Rome generations ahead of most cities in the ancient world. At intervals along the street, large stepping stones projected upward from the road surface by perhaps a foot. These were crossing stones, placed there deliberately so that pedestrians could step across the street without having to wade through whatever had accumulated in the gutter. In wet weather, in a city where the streets were also used as impromptu channels for runoff, these stepping stones were genuinely useful, and they were spaced just far enough apart that cart wheels could pass between them, so the traffic of the night carts was not impeded. You can still see these stepping stones today. If you visit Pompeii, the city frozen in time by the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD, whose streets were laid out and used in much the same way as Rome's, you can walk on those exact stones. You can put your hand on a wall that someone plastered 2,000 years ago. You can stand in a doorway and look down a street that looks in its bones very much like the street Marcus is standing in right now. Let us look more carefully at the buildings themselves, because they tell us a great deal about how Roman urban life was organized. The building Marcus lived and worked in was an insula. The word simply meant island, a block of connected buildings that formed, in a sense, an island between the surrounding streets. The insulae of Rome were the apartment buildings of the ancient world. They ranged from modest, well-maintained structures to overcrowded, poorly built fire hazards. The Roman author Vitruvius, who wrote extensively about architecture, complained about the dangerous practice of building too high with too little regard for structural integrity. Fires were a constant threat, and the upper floors of Insulae, built largely of wood, were particularly vulnerable. The city had experienced catastrophic fires throughout its history. The Great Fire of 64 AD, during the reign of Emperor Nero, destroyed a significant portion of the city and led to new building regulations requiring wider streets and better construction standards. After that fire, Rome was rebuilt with somewhat more attention to fire safety, at least in the areas that were rebuilt from scratch rather than simply repaired. Marcus's building was solidly built at the lower levels, thick walls of Roman concrete and brick, the kind of construction that could last centuries, as we know because so much Roman brick and concrete construction is still standing today. The upper floors were more modest, with wooden floors and lighter partition walls, but the building had stood for several decades and would stand for several more. It was not grand, but it was solid. The ground floor of the building, including Marcus's shop, was given over almost entirely to commerce. This was typical. The most valuable, most active, most commercially productive part of the building was at street level, where customers could walk in directly from the street. The shops that lined the street, one after another, sharing walls, their open fronts forming a continuous arcade of commerce, were the economic engine of the neighborhood. Above the shops, the upper floors were residential. And here, the general rule was that the higher you lived, the poorer you were. The ground floor and the first floor above it were the most desirable because they were the easiest to reach and the most solid. A wealthy person who rented space in an insula would take the lower floors. As you went higher, the apartments became smaller and less comfortable, and the rents decreased. The very top floors, sometimes 5 stories up, accessible only by steep and sometimes precarious wooden staircases, were the cheapest, the most cramped, the hottest in summer and the coldest in winter, and the most dangerous in the event of fire. This created a kind of vertical social geography that was the inverse of what many of us might expect. The wealthy were low, the poor were high, and in the event of fire, the people with the least were the ones who had the farthest to run. Looking up at the face of his building from the street, Marcus could see the rows of windows above him. Some were covered with thin wooden shutters, hinged at the side and propped open with a stick. Some had translucent coverings of oiled cloth or thin sheets of a mineral called selenite, a variety of gypsum that could be split into thin, translucent layers, which allowed a degree of light to pass while keeping out the wind. Glass windows existed in Rome, but they were expensive and found mainly in the wealthier parts of the city. From one of the upper windows, a small clay pot of herbs, rosemary most likely, or perhaps a trailing vine of something green, hung at the sill, catching whatever morning light managed to find its way down between the tall buildings. These small domestic touches were everywhere. The city was not just stone and brick and commerce. It was also plants in pots in laundry hung between windows and children's chalk marks on street-level walls and small shrines decorated with fresh flowers. People made it theirs in all the small, persistent ways that people always make their surroundings their own. Now let us close our eyes for a moment, not literally, of course, since you are listening, and simply listen to the street. It was early still. The sky was that quiet, gray-blue of very early morning, and yet the street was already full of sound, not the roar of midday, not the dense, overlapping cacophony of the market at its peak, but the particular sounds of a city waking up, each one distinct, each one meaningful. The first thing you would notice was the retreat of the night sounds, The last of the cart traffic was rumbling somewhere distant now, a heavy wagon making its final delivery of the night, the iron-rimmed wheels grinding over the stone, the mule's hooves a steady counterpoint. This sound was fading, moving away, as if the night itself was withdrawing with it. Then, filling the space left behind, the first sounds of morning. From 2 doors down the street came the sound Marcus probably looked forward to every single morning of his working life. The baker was at work. The baker, the pister, in Latin, had been at work for hours already. Bread baking was an activity that required the oven to be heated well before the first loaves went in, and a bread oven in the ancient world was a serious, substantial piece of equipment. A large domed structure of brick and clay heated by burning wood inside it until the walls themselves were hot enough to bake the bread without any direct flame. The fire would be raked out, the oven cleaned of ash, and the shaped loaves slid in on long wooden paddles to bake in the retained heat of the walls. The smell of this baking was extraordinary. It is perhaps the most universally human of all smells. Bread baking, wheat and heat and the slight sweetness of fermentation. It reached all the way down the street and drifted up to the windows of the upper floors and mixed with the cool morning air in a way that was, quite simply, comforting beyond any rational explanation. It was the smell of food and warmth and the continuation of ordinary life. Marcus breathed it in without consciously thinking about it, the way you do not consciously think about sounds and smells that are simply part of the fabric of your days. From somewhere above him, on the upper floors of the building across the street, came the sound of a woman's voice, calling out something short and firm, the way you call to a child who is slow to get up. A murmured response, the thud of young feet on a wooden floor. Further down the street, a man was sweeping. The long, steady, rhythmic sound of a bundle of bound straw moving across stone. Back and forth, back and forth. This was probably an apprentice or a young shop boy, given the task of sweeping the step and the immediate stretch of street in front of his master's establishment. Before the day began, keeping the area in front of your shop clean was both a practical necessity and a matter of neighborhood pride. The sound of water came from the direction of the street corner, the public fountain, a constant low sound, the water flowing from a carved stone spout into a stone basin, overflowing in a thin sheet over the basin's edge and running into a drain cut into the street. Public fountains were fed directly from the aqueduct system, and they ran continuously night and day because there was no mechanism to stop them. They were the water supply for most of the residents of an insula who had no running water in their apartments. Each morning, people would come with their clay jugs and fill them, carry them home, and use them for the day's cooking and washing. The sound of water in a fountain is one of those sounds that belongs to every time and every place. It is simple and quiet and entirely peaceful. Even in a busy city, even surrounded by the building noise of commerce and conversation, the sound of water running over stone has a quality of stillness to it. And then there was the sound of voices, the first conversations of the morning. Neighbors greeting each other as they emerged from their buildings. The brief, warm exchanges of people who have seen each other every single morning for years. Good morning. Did you sleep well? What weather today, do you think? Did you hear that cart last night? Extraordinary noise it made. These were the sounds of a community recognizing itself, confirming its own existence. We are here. We are well. The night has passed. The day has come. We are neighbors, and we are together in this. Now, light, As the light continued to strengthen and the sky above the narrow canyon of buildings shifted from gray-blue toward something almost golden at the very tops of the walls where the first real light of cart, day was beginning to touch. The street began its commercial transformation. One by one, the shops began to open. The process of opening a taberna was not quick, and it was not subtle. The wooden panels, thick planks of wood, slotted into grooves in the threshold and lintel of the shop front, had to be removed one by one and stacked somewhere out of the way. This was a physical job. The panels were heavy. They banged against each other as they were lifted out, making a substantial wooden clattering sound that echoed in the narrow street. Each shop that opened added its own version of this sound, so that for a stretch of perhaps half an hour during the early morning, the street was filled with the rhythmic knocking and clattering of shop fronts being opened, like a slow percussion section tuning up before a performance. Marcus did his own shop front himself, as he did every morning. He had done it so many times that the movements were entirely automatic. Reach, lift, angle, pull, stack, reach, lift, angle, pull, stack, each panel coming free with a particular sound and weight he knew by feel. The last panel came out, and the shop was open. The transformation this produced was immediate. A moment ago, the front of the shop was a blank wall of wood. Now it was fully open to the street, an entire wall simply gone, replaced by air and light and the sounds and smells of the morning. The interior of the shop, with its shelves of folded fabric and its worn stone counter, was suddenly part of the street, and the street was suddenly part of the shop. This openness was fundamental to how Roman commercial life worked. The taberna was not a closed box with a door you opened to enter. It was an extension of the public street. Customers did not have to make any kind of decision or commitment to enter. They could simply drift in from the flow of street traffic, the way people drift into open-fronted shops in markets and bazaars throughout the world today. Looking out from behind his counter, Marcus could see straight across the street to the row of shops on the other side. A wine merchant was arranging his amphorae in the front of his shop, the large clay jars propped upright in purpose-built stands or leaning against the wall. A metal worker 2 doors further along was setting up a small display of bronze household items, ladles, hooks, hinges, in a wooden tray placed on the ledge of his shop front. The carpenter at the far end of the row was already at his bench, the sound of his tools beginning in a quiet, rhythmic way. Across the street and slightly to the left, Marcus could see the front of a small thermopolium, one of the Roman fast food establishments that were extraordinarily common throughout the city. Archaeologists have found hundreds of them in Pompeii alone. A thermopolium was essentially a counter made of stone or brick, with large round holes cut into the top, into which clay vessels called dolia were set. These vessels contained food, stews, soups, porridge, sauces that could be kept warm by the heat of charcoal braziers placed beneath the counter. Customers would stop at the counter, choose what they wanted, and eat it standing there or take it away in their own dishes. The thermopolium owner was a woman, a stout, efficient woman of perhaps 50, who moved behind her counter with the brisk authority of someone who had run her establishment for decades and had no patience for anything that slowed down the smooth functioning of her morning. She was lighting the charcoal now, blowing on it with a small pair of bellows, coaxing the heat up under her vessels of yesterday's food being re-warmed for today's breakfast trade. In a little while, the first customers of the morning would stop at her counter. Workers on their way to a building site, delivery men, The occasional sleepy student still carrying a wax tablet from an early morning lesson, neighbors who had not yet gotten around to making their own breakfast. She would serve them quickly and expertly, take their coins, and call out a word or two of morning greeting without ever stopping her work. Her establishment was, in every meaningful sense, a neighborhood fixture, not just a place to buy food, a place where the neighborhood met itself each morning, where news was exchanged and gossip shared, and the rhythm of the community was taken up and confirmed over a bowl of warm porridge and a cup of watered wine. As Marcus settled behind his own counter and looked out at the street now fully waking before him, what he saw was not a crowd of strangers. It was, with very few exceptions, a street of known faces. This is one of the most important things to understand about life in a Roman urban neighborhood. Despite the enormous size of the city, despite the 1 million people packed within its walls, daily life was lived at a very local scale. Most people spent most of their time within a relatively small area. The journey from home to the forum and back, from home to the baths and back, from home to the market and back. These were the routes of ordinary life, and they were walked so regularly that every face along the way became familiar. The baker knew Marcus. The wine merchant across the street knew Marcus. The woman at the Thermopolium knew Marcus. The carpenter and the metalworker and the sandal maker and the barber and the herb seller around the corner all knew Marcus, and Marcus knew them all. He knew who was having a difficult month and whose business was flourishing. He knew whose son had just started an apprenticeship and whose daughter was getting married in the spring. He knew which of his neighbors was generous and which was difficult and which was simply shy. He knew the sound of each of their voices without looking up from his work. This was community. Not an abstract ideal of community, but the real, practical, daily thing. The thing that is built not by intention, but by repetition, by the same faces every morning for years and years, by the accumulated small kindnesses and minor irritations and shared joys and collective weathering of difficulty that come from simply being present in the same place, day after day, for a whole life. The street was a world, a small world measured in hundreds of meters, but complete in itself, and Marcus stood at the center of his corner of it, behind his counter, surrounded by the smell of fresh bread and the sound of the fountain and the slow-growing warmth of the morning light beginning to reach down between the buildings and touch the worn stones of the street. Ready for the day, ready for whoever might walk through his open door. The city was awake. Before we sit down with Marcus and watch him eat his breakfast, I want to spend just a moment thinking about how Romans related to food in general, because it is rather different from how many of us think about food today, and understanding it helps us appreciate the quiet pleasure of even a simple Roman morning meal. Romans thought about food practically. They thought about it socially, and they thought about it with genuine sensory pleasure, but they did not, for the most part, think about it in the anxious, complicated way that food sometimes gets thought about in the modern world. Food was fuel. Food was pleasure. Food was community. And the line between these three things was relaxed and comfortable. The Romans also had a very clear sense of which meal mattered most, and it was not breakfast, it was not even lunch. The meal that mattered, the meal that was anticipated, prepared for, looked forward to, and given real time and attention was the evening meal, the Cena. Everything else during the day was, in a sense, just keeping the engine running until the real event arrived in the evening. This meant that breakfast, the ientaculum, was approached with a kind of cheerful minimalism. It was not meant to be elaborate. It was not meant to take long. It was simply the first small act of nourishment in a long working day, and its pleasures, were the pleasures of simplicity, good bread, good oil, familiar flavors, the quiet comfort of eating something warm and wholesome before the demands of the morning began. And there is, if you think about it, something rather lovely about that. The deliberate simplicity of a morning meal, the decision not to overthink it, not to make it complicated, but simply to eat something good and get on with the day. Let us watch Marcus do exactly that. Everything began with bread. Bread was the foundation of the Roman diet in a way that is difficult to fully convey to someone from the modern world, where food choices are so varied and so abundant. For a Roman, for almost any Roman, from the humblest street laborer to a moderately prosperous merchant like Marcus, bread was not just one food among many. It was the central food, the food around which everything else was arranged. The thing you ate at every meal in some form or another, and without which a meal felt incomplete. The Romans baked an enormous variety of breads. At the simple end of the spectrum was panis plebeius, the bread of ordinary people, made from emmer wheat or spelt, coarsely ground, dense and filling, and not particularly refined. At the finer end was panis candidus, white bread, made from more finely milled wheat flour, lighter in texture and color, more expensive, and considered more desirable. A moderately successful merchant like Marcus would probably eat something in between, not the coarsest bread of the very poor, but not the expensive white bread of the wealthy either. Good, honest, everyday bread, bread that had been made by the baker 2 doors down, in whose ovens it had been baking since well before sunrise. The Roman bread loaf was not shaped like the loaves we might be most familiar with today, that long rectangular form that fits neatly into a bread bin. Roman bread was round and domed on top, like a flattened ball, and it had something distinctive about it that you would notice immediately if you saw one. The top was divided by deep cuts into a number of segments, usually 6 or 8 radiating from the center like the spokes of a wheel or the petals of a flower. These cuts were made before baking, and they served a practical purpose. They allowed the bread to be broken easily into individual portions without needing a knife. Each segment could be pulled away cleanly, the way you might pull apart a bread roll today. We know exactly what these loaves looked like because, as I mentioned earlier in our journey, archaeologists working at Pompeii found actual preserved loaves. The volcanic ash and superheated gases from the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD carbonized everything they touched, turning organic material to a perfect, permanent black. And among all the things preserved in that terrible moment was a batch of bread that a baker had placed in his oven that morning and never taken out. The loaves are black and stone hard now, but their shape is completely intact. The round dome, the radiating cuts, the slight char on the bottom where they rested on the oven floor. When you look at photographs of those loaves, and you can find them easily, they are among the most famous objects in the Pompeii collection. Something genuinely moves in you because you understand looking at them that this was just breakfast. Someone made breakfast that morning. Someone was hungry that morning and expected to eat and never did. And here, 2,000 years later, is the bread. Marcus's bread was fresh, still warm perhaps from the baker's oven. He might have bought a loaf the previous evening for the next morning, or he might have sent the household's young servant out to the baker first thing, returning with a warm loaf wrapped in a cloth. Either way, the bread he ate this morning was good, solid and slightly chewy, with a pleasant weedy flavor and a crust that had a satisfying resistance before giving way. With bread, there was almost always olive oil. Olive oil in the ancient Mediterranean world was not merely a cooking ingredient. It was everything. It was food. It was lamp fuel. It was the base of perfumes and medicines and cosmetics. It was used to anoint the body after bathing. It was offered to the gods. It was used to preserve other foods. It was traded across the entire known world in vast quantities. The olive tree itself was sacred, associated with the goddess Minerva, the Roman equivalent of the Greek Athena, who was said to have given the olive tree to humanity as a gift. To cut down a mature olive tree was considered deeply unlucky, almost sacrilegious, regardless of the practical inconvenience the tree might be causing. For eating, olive oil was used constantly. It was drizzled on bread, used to dress vegetables, added to cooked dishes, used as a dipping sauce, poured over cheese. Its flavor. That particular green, slightly peppery, faintly fruity taste of good olive oil was the background flavor of Roman cooking in the way that butter is the background flavor of much Northern European cooking, or soy sauce is in parts of East Asia. Marcus kept olive oil in a small clay vessel in the kitchen, refilling it regularly from larger amphorae purchased at the market. For breakfast, he would pour a small amount into a shallow dish, a patella, a flat terracotta plate, and dip his torn bread into it. The combination of fresh bread and good olive oil is one of those simple culinary pleasures that requires absolutely nothing else. It is complete in itself. It is satisfying in a deep, fundamental way that no amount of elaboration could improve. He might sprinkle a little coarse salt on the oil. Salt was important in Roman life, so important that the Latin word for salary, salarium, derives from sal, the word for salt. Because Roman soldiers were at some periods paid partly in salt or given a salt allowance, the expression that someone is worth their salt comes directly from this Roman practice. Bread, oil, salt. 3 things, that is all. And in the cool morning air, with the sounds of the street beginning outside and the smell of the baker's oven drifting in, it was more than enough. Beyond bread and oil, the Roman breakfast might include a small selection of simple accompaniments depending on what was in the house and what the season offered. Olives were almost certainly present. The Romans ate olives constantly, at breakfast, as snacks throughout the day, as the first course of the evening meal. They came in many varieties and preparations. Some were left whole and simply preserved in brine. Others were crushed and mixed with herbs, fennel, thyme, coriander, and a little vinegar and oil to make a coarse paste or relish. Still others were pickled with spices or preserved in their own oil. Marcus might eat a small handful of olives with his bread, not many, just enough to give the simple meal some variety, some savory depth. Figs were another likely presence on the breakfast table, depending on the season. Fresh figs in summer and early autumn, those extraordinary fruits that are soft and honey-sweet and smell faintly of something almost floral when fully ripe. Dried figs throughout the rest of the year, pressed into small rounds or rectangles, dense with concentrated sweetness, excellent with bread or eaten on their own. The Romans were very fond of figs. They grew them in gardens throughout the city and the countryside. They dried them in great quantities for storage. The historian Cato the Elder, writing in the 2nd century BC, famously used a fresh fig from Carthage to argue in the Senate that Rome should destroy that city, holding up the fig as proof that Carthage was so close, so fertile, and therefore so dangerous that it must be eliminated. Whether the story is entirely true or embellished over time, it tells us something about how present and significant the fig was in Roman daily life. A fig was not just a fruit. It was an argument. There might also be dates, imported from the date palm groves of North Africa and the Near East, sweet and sticky and rich, arriving in Rome packed in clay vessels. Dates were a luxury in the sense that they came from far away and cost more than locally grown produce, but they were not beyond the means of a modestly comfortable household. A small dish of dates on the breakfast table was a quiet, everyday pleasure. Cheese, when available, might also make an appearance. The Romans made and ate a great deal of cheese. Soft, fresh cheese made from sheep's milk or goat's milk, something like modern ricotta or fresh chèvre, was common and inexpensive. Harder, aged cheeses were also produced and traded throughout the empire. Cheese could be eaten plain, spread on bread, or crumbled into cooked dishes. For breakfast, a small piece of soft cheese alongside the bread and oil was a satisfying and nourishing addition. Now, what did Marcus drink with his breakfast? The answer is more interesting than you might expect. Water was always available, of course. Rome's aqueduct system, arguably the greatest feat of engineering in the ancient world, brought fresh water into the city from sources many kilometers away in the hills and mountains surrounding Rome. There were 11 major aqueducts by the late imperial period, delivering an almost unimaginable quantity of fresh water into the city every single day. Estimates suggest that Rome's aqueducts delivered somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million cubic meters of water per day, more water per person than many modern cities provide. This water flowed into public fountains, into the baths, into the households of the wealthy who had private connections to the water supply, and into the basins and cisterns of the insulae where ordinary people collected it. It was generally clean, fresh, and cold, coming from mountain springs and running through stone-lined channels that kept it cool even in summer. So clean, fresh water was available and was certainly drunk. But water alone for a Roman was sometimes considered a little plain, a little too plain for a grown adult going about their day. The Romans drank wine. This is well known. What is less often appreciated is how they drank it. In almost all circumstances, in everyday life, Romans mixed their wine with water. Drinking wine undiluted, marum, they called it, pure wine, was associated with barbarians, with drunkards, with people who had no self-control. A civilized Roman mixed their wine. The ratio varied, sometimes 2 parts, water to 1 part wine, sometimes 3 to 1, sometimes more or less, depending on the strength of the wine and the occasion. For breakfast, the wine used in this mixture was typically pasca, a diluted mixture of water and acetone, which was a very sour, low-alcohol wine, almost vinegar. Pasca sounds deeply unappealing to modern ears. Watered vinegar does not sound like a pleasant morning drink, but consider it in context. It was slightly acidic, which made it refreshing rather than cloying. The small amount of alcohol may have helped with any residual sleepiness. And in a world before coffee or tea, both of which were unknown in Rome since coffee would not reach the Mediterranean world for well over 1,000 years, it was simply the normal morning drink. The body accepts what it is given, and the Roman body was entirely accustomed to pasca in the morning. Some people, particularly among the working classes, drank cervisia, a grain-based drink, something like a thin, barely fermented beer. This was considered somewhat barbaric by Roman writers, associated with northern peoples like the Gauls and Germans rather than with refined Mediterranean civilization, but it was consumed particularly by people whose bodies were doing heavy physical labor and who needed both hydration and calories. For Marcus, the morning drink was probably pasca, or simply water. He was not yet at the point in the day where wine was appropriate. That belonged to the evening. Now I want to paint a very specific picture for you. because it captures something essential about the Roman morning meal. Marcus was not sitting down. There was no dining table set for breakfast in the Roman apartment, no family gathered around it in chairs, no careful arrangement of dishes and cups. The Roman Cena, the evening meal, had its own rituals and furniture, but breakfast was an entirely different affair. Marcus was standing at the open front of his shop, or perhaps leaning against the stone counter, looking out at the street. He had his bread in one hand and the small, shallow dish of olive oil balanced on the counter beside him. He ate and watched the street at the same time. He ate and listened to the sounds of the neighborhood. He ate, perhaps, while nodding to a passing neighbor or exchanging a brief morning word with the baker's boy going past. This was entirely normal. This was simply how breakfast worked. It was fuel consumed on the go, with no more ceremony than the situation required. The formality and the pleasure and the lengthy social ritual of eating would come later at dinner. The morning meal was honest and unpretentious about what it was. There is something refreshing about this attitude, the complete absence of performance around a simple morning meal, no elaborate preparation, no guilt about what was or was not being eaten, no distraction from other food choices being simultaneously contemplated, just bread and oil and perhaps a few olives eaten standing at the edge of a stone counter while the city woke up outside. The eating itself did not take long, perhaps 15 or 20 minutes at the most, eaten slowly and without hurry, but without any particular intention to linger either. The bread was finished, the oil was done, the olives were gone, the cup of watered wine or water set down, and that was breakfast. Before we leave this section entirely, I want to spend a moment with the baker himself, because Marcus's breakfast was not possible without him, and the relationship between a Roman and his neighborhood baker was a significant and personal one. The bakeries of Rome, the Pistrina, were genuine industrial operations for their time. They contained large stone mills for grinding grain, kneading troughs, shaping surfaces, and the great domed ovens that were the heart of the whole operation. The donkeys or slaves that turned the mills worked in the back. The bakers shaped and baked and sold in the front. The operation ran almost continuously, since the demand for bread in a city of 1 million was never ending. Professional bakers were important figures in their neighborhoods. They were not particularly wealthy, but they were essential, and they were respected. When a great fire broke out in a Roman neighborhood, the bakery was often the last place people wanted to see burned, not just because it meant the loss of a building, but because it meant the disruption of the daily bread supply for everyone who depended on it. The miller and the baker were so intertwined with Roman daily life that they appear in Roman law, in Roman literature, and even in Roman religious observance. There was a festival called the Fornicalia, held in February, dedicated to Fornax, the goddess of the oven. During this festival, offerings were made to ensure that the ovens continued to function properly and that the bread continued to come out right. Even the baking of bread was, in the Roman mind, under divine oversight. Marcus knew his baker well, not in any grand or important way, in the way you know someone you see every single morning of your working life for years and years. You know his face better than the faces of most of your more formal acquaintances. You know his voice and his habits. You know that he is reliably there every morning, that his bread is reliably good, that he reliably adds a word or two of greeting when you buy from him and expects the same in return. These small, daily, entirely undramatic relationships were the connective tissue of Roman neighborhood life. They were not friendships in the full sense. They were something different but equally important. Familiar presences. the human furniture of your daily world, the people whose continued existence and continued occupancy of their familiar roles was quietly reassuring in the way that all consistency is reassuring. The baker was there this morning. The bread was good. The day was off to a fine start. Let us end this section not with action, but with stillness. Imagine Marcus has finished his breakfast. The bread is done. The oil dish is empty. The last olive stone has been set aside. He is standing at the front of his shop, one hand resting lightly on the stone counter, looking out at the street. The morning has brightened considerably now. The sun, still not visible from this narrow street where buildings blocked the direct light until mid-morning at the earliest, had nevertheless risen enough that the sky above was clear, soft blue rather than the gray of early dawn. The air was warming by degrees. The sounds of the street had deepened and multiplied as more people came out and more shops opened. From somewhere further away, perhaps from the direction of one of the larger streets, came the distant sound of the city in its fuller morning voice. The indistinct wash of many voices, many footsteps, the occasional clatter of activity. Marcus stood in this moment for perhaps 30 seconds, perhaps a minute, not thinking about anything in particular, not planning or worrying or counting, simply standing in the morning in his city, in his life, after a simple and satisfying breakfast. These moments are easy to overlook when we reconstruct historical lives. We focus on events, on activities, on the things people did and made and said. But most of any life is made up of exactly these kinds of moments. The moments between doing, the moments of simply being present, without agenda, without urgency, in the ordinary flow of an ordinary day. Marcus breathed the morning air, tasted the last trace of olive oil and bread on his tongue, heard the water running in the fountain, heard the baker's voice somewhere nearby, calling something to an assistant. He was alive in the morning, in Rome, in a life that was unremarkable and entirely his own. And for a moment, that was simply enough. There is a particular kind of patience that belongs to people who run shops. It is not the restless patience of someone waiting for something they urgently want. It is quieter than that, more settled. It is the patience of someone who has learned through long practice that the work of a shopkeeper is not only the selling, but also the waiting, the being present, the readiness. Marcus had developed this quality over many years of standing behind his counter. He knew how to occupy himself during the quiet stretches without appearing distracted when a customer appeared. He might be refolding a bolt of fabric that had gotten slightly disordered during the previous day's handling. He might be going over a mental list of stock, thinking about what needed replenishing and what he had in abundance. He might simply be watching the street, that endlessly interesting, endlessly changing theater of Roman daily life, with the relaxed attention of someone who has watched the same stage for years and still finds it worth watching. A good merchant in Rome as anywhere and in any time understood that the shop itself was a kind of communication. The way the goods were arranged, the cleanliness of the counter, the neatness of the shelves, the merchant's own appearance and manner, all of these things told a potential customer something before a single word was spoken. They said, "This is a place where things are done properly. This is someone who takes their work seriously. You can trust what you find here." Marcus took quiet pride in his shop. The bolts of fabric were arranged by type and weight, linens together, wools together, the finer grades given more prominent positions where the light from the street would catch them well. The counter was clean stone, wiped each morning before opening. His own tunic was neat, his hair combed, his manner unhurried and attentive. He was ready. And now, from the direction of the street, the first figure of the morning was approaching. The man who came first was not young. He was perhaps 50, with the careful, observant eyes of someone who had spent decades managing other people's affairs and had learned to assess situations quickly and accurately. He was well dressed, not richly but precisely. His tunic was a good quality, undyed linen, clean and neatly belted. His sandals were well made and not worn down at the heels. He carried a small wax tablet under one arm and moved through the street with the purposeful step of someone who had a list of errands to complete and intended to complete them efficiently. This was Publius. He was the dispensator, the household manager of a wealthy merchant family who lived in a larger house in a better district of the city. He had been in this role for 20 years, having been born a slave in the household, freed by his master's father as a young man in recognition of his intelligence and loyalty, and retained in service as a freedman ever since. He knew every supplier in this part of the city. He knew their prices, their quality, their reliability. He knew which ones could be trusted and which needed watching. He knew Marcus. He stopped at the front of the shop and gave a brief, courteous nod. Marcus returned it with equal courtesy. Between these two men, both professionals in their different ways, there was a mutual respect built on years of fair dealing. Publius set his wax tablet on the counter and consulted it briefly, though in truth he already knew what he needed. The tablet was more a record of what had been agreed than a reminder of what to ask for. His mistress needed fabric for new summer tunics for the household. Not the finest linen, she was a practical woman who did not spend money on unnecessary luxury, but good quality, well woven, with an even weave and no weak spots in the cloth. She also wanted enough undyed wool to have new coverings made for the dining couches which had worn thin over the previous winter. Marcus listened carefully. He asked 2 or 3 precise questions about the color preference for the tunics, about the exact dimensions needed for the couch coverings, about whether his mistress preferred a tighter or looser weave for the wool. These were not unnecessary questions. They were the questions of someone who wanted to get it right the first time and not have fabric returned because it was the wrong thing. Then he moved along the shelves, pulling out bolts of fabric with the ease of long familiarity, laying them on the counter one by one. The linen he selected was from a recent delivery, Egyptian linen woven on the banks of the Nile, where the flax grew long and fine in the rich silt soil of the river delta. It was a pale natural color, almost cream, with a smooth surface and a pleasant slight coolness to the touch. He unrolled a length across the counter and held one end toward the open shop front so the morning light fell directly on it. Publius leaned forward and examined it carefully. He ran his fingers across the surface, feeling the weave. He held a fold of it up against the light, checking for thin spots or uneven threading. He rubbed a small section between his thumb and forefinger to assess its strength. This was not distrust. This was professionalism. A household manager who brought back inferior goods was not doing his job. Marcus would have been mildly offended if Publius had simply taken his word for it without checking. The examination was a form of respect, a recognition that the goods on offer were worth examining carefully. The wool for the couch coverings was a heavier weight, a dense, tightly woven fabric in a warm off-white, made from the fleece of sheep pastured in the hills south of Rome, where the dry grass and rocky terrain produced wool of a particular resilience and durability. Marcus showed him 2 options of slightly different weights. Publius pressed each one, held each one, thought for a moment, and chose the heavier. The measuring took place with the careful, deliberate pace of a transaction that both parties wanted to get exactly right. Marcus used his measuring rod, a straight length of hardwood marked at regular intervals, laying it along the fabric on the counter and marking off the required lengths with a small piece of chalk. Before cutting, his knife was sharp and his cut was clean, the fabric parting in a single smooth stroke. The price was discussed, not negotiated in the anxious, combative way that the word negotiation sometimes implies. Discussed, considered, agreed upon. Both men knew the market. Both men had a shared interest in a fair price. Too high, and Publius would find another supplier. Too low, and Marcus could not sustain his business. The number they arrived at was mutually satisfactory, arrived at in perhaps 4 or 5 exchanged sentences. Coins changed hands. Publius counted them carefully from a small leather purse, placing them on the counter one by one with a soft click. Marcus counted them again, not from distrust, but from the same professional thoroughness that had governed the entire transaction. The fabric was rolled and wrapped in a piece of coarser cloth tied with a length of cord. Publius tucked it under his arm, picked up his wax tablet, made a small mark on it, and gave Marcus another brief, courteous nod. "Good morning. Good business. Until next time," and he was gone, back into the flow of the street, already moving toward his next errand. Marcus set the coins in the wooden box he kept beneath the counter. The first transaction of the day. A solid start. She arrived perhaps half an hour later, and her arrival was different in every way from Publius's. Where he had been efficient and formal, she was warm and unhurried. Where he had been focused entirely on the transaction, she came already talking, her greeting beginning while she was still 2 steps from the shop front. Her name was Fortunata, and she was a freedwoman who had been born a slave in a wealthy household, trained in sewing and clothwork from childhood, and freed in her mid-20s. She was now in her late 30s, ran a small but respected dressmaking operation from her apartment 3 streets away, employed 2 other women as seamstresses, and was one of Marcus's most reliable regular customers. She bought plain, undyed linen in quantity, using it as the base fabric for much of the clothing she made. She also occasionally bought finer or colored fabric for special commissions, a wedding dress, a formal toga border, a particularly fine tunic for a client attending an important ceremony. But more than a simple customer, Fortunata was what the Romans would have called a business acquaintance of long standing, and what in modern terms we might describe as simply a friend. Not a close friend in the intimate sense, but the kind of friend that a working life creates, someone whose company you genuinely enjoy, with whom you share a professional world, whose opinions you respect and whose gossip you find entertaining. She set a large cloth bag on the counter and began immediately to tell Marcus about the commission she was working on. A wedding dress, painstakingly detailed, requiring a particular quality of linen for the main body of the dress and something finer for the decorative panels. She needed more of the Egyptian linen, similar to what she had purchased from him last month, and she needed it quickly because the wedding was in 3 weeks. Marcus told her he had received a new delivery from Ostia just the previous week. He pulled out the relevant bolt and placed it on the counter. She examined it with the practiced eye of a professional, not just assessing quality in general, but thinking about how the fabric would behave under a needle, how it would drape and move, how it would hold the particular pleating technique she used for the bodice of a dress. She approved it, and then, because Fortunata was Fortunata, the conversation that followed the business transaction was at least as long as the transaction itself. She told Marcus that the bride's mother was an extraordinarily demanding client, the kind who changed her mind about details 3 times a week and seemed to think that a dressmaker's time had no value of its own. She told him about a new supplier of bone needles she had found, finer than anything she had used before, and whether he might be interested in a small side trade in sewing supplies as a complement to his fabric business. She told him that the wine merchant across the street had apparently had a terrible argument with a neighbor about the placement of an awning bracket, and that the whole street had heard it. Marcus listened, responded, offered his own brief observations. He told her about the price increase in Syrian wool he was expecting, relevant to her since she sometimes ordered from him for heavier garments. He mentioned that he was expecting a shipment of dyed fabric in a deep saffron yellow that might interest her for a particular kind of commission. She made a mental note. He could see it register in her eyes. This is what commerce looked like in the Roman world, not purely transactional, not purely social. The two things woven together so thoroughly that you could not easily separate them. The business and the conversation were not two different things happening sequentially. They were one continuous thing, and each made the other work better. Fortunata paid, wrapped her linen in the bag she had brought, and departed with a final cheerful word over her shoulder. The street took her, and Marcus smiled briefly at the empty space she had just occupied. The morning was well advanced now. The sun, though still not directly visible from this narrow street, had risen high enough that its light was reflecting off the upper walls of the buildings opposite and sending a warm, indirect glow down into the street below. The air had lost its morning coolness and was moving toward the comfortable warmth of a fine Roman late morning. They came together, a woman of perhaps 35 and a girl of perhaps 12 or 13, the girl walking slightly behind and to the side of her mother, in the way of children who are old enough to know they are being observed, but young enough to still be transparently excited about things. The mother was a practical woman. Her tunic was plain and well made, her hair pinned up simply, her manner purposeful. She came in knowing what she needed and approximately what she expected to pay for it. She was the wife of a craftsman, a metalworker, Marcus believed, though he was not certain, and she managed their household finances with careful attention. The girl was the one Marcus noticed. She was at that age where the world is still capable of producing genuine, uncomplicated delight. She came into the shop and her eyes went immediately to the colors, not to the practical plain linens that her mother was already examining with a careful and economical eye, but to the colored fabrics on the higher shelf, the dyed wools and linens, the deep madder red, the soft blue-gray made from woad, the warm golden yellow of fabric dyed with saffron or pomegranate rind, and one piece in particular, a soft dusty pink, almost the color of a rose petal that has been pressed between book pages and kept there for a year, that the girl's eyes found and did not leave. Marcus watched this happen without drawing attention to it. He had learned over many years of watching customers that the moment someone fell in love with something in a shop was a delicate moment. You did not intervene. You did not draw attention to it. You let it happen quietly, and you waited. The mother examined a length of plain, undyed linen. She needed it for new tunics for 2 younger children, a practical purchase, a sensible purchase, the kind of purchase she had made dozens of times before. She asked Marcus's price. She considered it. She accepted it without much negotiation because she knew his prices were fair. Then she noticed her daughter. The girl had drifted with the natural magnetic pull of desire toward the pink fabric. She was not touching it. She had enough self-possession for that, but she was standing close to it, and her expression said everything. The mother looked at the price on the small clay tag attached to the bolt. She looked at the fabric. She looked at her daughter's face. Marcus said nothing. He waited. He occupied himself with measuring the linen the mother had already agreed to purchase, giving her the space to make her decision privately. The calculation the mother was running was familiar and universal. It was the calculation of a parent assessing an unplanned expenditure against the specific, acute, entirely unrepeatable happiness of a particular child's particular desire in a particular moment. It was not really a calculation at all. It was a feeling, dressed up briefly in the clothing of mathematics and then discarded. She asked Marcus about the pink fabric. What was it? Where was it from? How much? The fabric was a fine wool, dyed with madder root, a plant whose roots, when boiled, produced a range of colors from yellow-orange through red to this particular dusty rose, depending on the mordant used to fix the dye and the concentration of the bath. It was not the cheapest thing in the shop, but it was not the most expensive either. It was simply a beautiful piece of cloth that someone had made with skill and care, and it had traveled from wherever it was made to a market in Rome, to this shelf in this shop, and now here it was, being considered by a mother and her daughter on an ordinary morning. The mother asked to see it unrolled. Marcus took it from the shelf and laid it across the counter, smoothing it flat with his hand. In the morning light, the color was even more lovely than it had been on the shelf, warm and soft, with a very slight luster in the weave. The girl made a small sound, not a word, just a sound, the kind of sound that escapes before you can stop it. The mother looked at her daughter. She looked at the fabric. She looked briefly at the ceiling, the universal gesture of a parent doing final arithmetic. She said yes. The girl's face did the thing that children's faces do when something they wanted very much turns out to actually be happening. A complete, unconcealed, unguarded happiness. The kind of happiness that adults sometimes glimpse in children and feel a complicated mixture of joy and wistfulness about, because they remember what it was like to feel things that simply and can no longer quite access it. Marcus cut the fabric carefully. He folded it with particular neatness. He wrapped it with a little more attention than was strictly necessary, because some transactions deserve slightly more care than others. The girl carried the wrapped parcel herself as they left. She held it in both arms against her chest, the way you carry something you are already treating as precious. Marcus watched them go. Later in the morning, when the first rush of customers had settled into the quieter middle stretch, a man came and stood in the shade of the awning Marcus had extended over the shop front to keep the growing warmth of the day at bay. He was perhaps 60, thin with the kind of thinness that comes not from poverty, but from a lifetime of not paying very much attention to meals. His beard was gray and somewhat unkempt, not from carelessness exactly, but from the particular kind of vanity that consists in not appearing to be vain. His cloak was old, not ragged, but genuinely old, the color faded to an indeterminate gray-brown, the edges slightly frayed, the whole garment carrying about it the comfortable authority of something that had been worn for a very long time by someone who trusted it. He was reading. He stood in the shade of Marcus's awning and read from a small papyrus scroll that he had unrolled to about a third of its length, holding it in both hands with the practiced ease of someone who read a great deal and was entirely comfortable doing it standing up in a busy street. Marcus looked at him. The man did not look up from his scroll. He was clearly not there to buy anything yet. He was simply using the shade. In another context, a shopkeeper might have been irritated by this. Someone taking up space without being a customer was, strictly speaking, an imposition. But Marcus was not irritated. He recognized this type. He had seen this particular man, or men very much like him, standing in the shade of his awning before. On warm mornings when the street was bright and reading was difficult without some relief from the glare, philosophers, teachers, educated men of the professional classes who spent their days in the commerce of ideas rather than the commerce of goods, they often ended up buying something eventually, and even when they did not, their presence in a shop doorway gave the establishment a certain air of intellectual respectability that was not entirely unwelcome. After perhaps 20 minutes, Marcus had served 2 other customers in the interval. The man rolled up his scroll with a practiced snap of the wrist, tucked it under his arm, and turned to examine the shop with the air of someone who has only just noticed where he is. He looked at the fabrics. He touched nothing. He simply looked with the same careful, assessing attention he had given the scroll. Then he pointed to a bolt of plain, gray wool on the middle shelf. Not the finest thing in the shop, not the cheapest either. A solid, good quality, plainly colored fabric that had the virtue of being entirely unpretentious. He said he needed enough for a new cloak. Marcus measured it. The man accepted the price without comment. Either he had known the approximate cost already, or he simply did not consider it worth discussing. He paid from a worn leather purse, received the folded fabric, tucked it under the same arm as the scroll, nodded once in a way that managed to convey both thanks and complete self-sufficiency, and walked back out into the street. He was already reading again before he had gone 5 paces. These are not all the customers who came that morning. There were others. A young man buying fabric for a friend's wedding gift. An elderly woman who examined everything carefully and bought nothing but promised to return tomorrow. A cheerful group of 3 women who came in together and spent a great deal of time looking and touching and discussing, and eventually each bought a small length of something, their voices overlapping pleasantly in the small space of the shop. But between all of these arrivals, there were stretches of quiet. Marcus stood at his counter and the street moved past outside, and he existed in the particular peace of a person at work in a place they know well, doing work they understand, surrounded by the familiar sounds and smells of their daily world. He was not bored during these quiet stretches. Boredom requires a restless mind that finds its surroundings insufficient. Marcus's mind was not restless. It was the mind of a man who had made his peace with the pace and the texture of his life, who found sufficient interest in the passing of the street, in the small decisions of his trade, in the quiet company of his own thoughts. He thought about the shipment due from Ostia. He thought about whether to expand the range of colored fabrics. There seemed to be more demand for dyed cloth this year than last, and he was perhaps not stocking enough variety. He thought about his son's schooling and whether the boy was finding it difficult, or whether the teacher's recent harsh assessment had been an overcorrection. These were not heavy thoughts. They were the ordinary rolling, low-level thinking of a working day, the mental equivalent of a river moving steadily in its channel, unhurried, carrying everything along at its own pace. And the street moved past, and the morning moved on, and one by one the customers came, each one a small story, each one a brief crossing of lives, each one a transaction that was also, in its quiet way, a connection, a merchant and a steward, a merchant and a dressmaker, a merchant and a mother, a merchant and a mother, a merchant and a philosopher, all of them meeting briefly in the small open space between the shelves of cloth and the morning street, all of them carrying their lives with them like fabric rolled and tucked under an arm, going wherever the day was taking them, and Marcus behind his counter, present for all of it, witness to the small and ordinary parade of Roman lives, one ordinary morning in the greatest city in the world. Marcus had a trusted arrangement with the sandal maker next door, a lean, quiet man named Titus who had occupied the shop beside Marcus's for as long as Marcus could remember. On mornings when Marcus needed to leave for the market or the forum, Titus would keep half an eye on the front of Marcus's shop. Positioned as he was at his own open counter with a clear line of sight to his neighbor's entrance. It was an informal arrangement, never written down, never formalized in any way. Simply the kind of mutual assistance that grows naturally between neighbors who share a wall and a livelihood and have done so for years. Marcus told Titus he would be back by midday. Titus nodded without looking up from the sandal strap he was stitching. This was sufficient. Marcus stepped out into the street and turned in the direction of the forum. The walk from a typical Roman neighborhood to the forum, Romanum, might take anywhere from 5 minutes to half an hour, depending on where you started. Rome was not a city that was easy to navigate quickly. The street plan of the older districts, the areas that had grown organically over centuries before anyone thought about planning them, was a dense, irregular maze of narrow streets that turned and twisted and occasionally ended in unexpected courtyards or broadened suddenly into small open spaces before narrowing again. But Marcus knew these streets the way you know the rooms of a house you have lived in for your whole life. He knew which turns to take and which to avoid. He knew where the street was likely to be blocked by delivery activity at this hour of the morning, and which alternative route would bring him to his destination with equal speed and less frustration. He walked at the particular pace of a Roman on business, not rushing, because rushing in a crowded city was both undignified and largely futile, but moving with purpose, with the steady, unhurried efficiency of someone who has somewhere to be and sufficient time to get there comfortably. The streets through which he passed were a vivid, layered experience for all the senses. The smell changed every few steps. Past a fullery, a cloth-cleaning establishment that used, among other things, fermented urine collected from public urinals and diluted with water to wash and clean woolen fabric. The air had a sharp, acrid quality that made you unconsciously quicken your pace. Fullers were important businesses in Rome since woolen cloth needed professional cleaning and finishing, but their smell was an unavoidable aspect of their operation. Pliny the Elder noted the practice without apparent disgust, which tells us something about the tolerance for industrial smells that Roman noses had developed. Past the fullery came the smell of a tannery, leather being cured in large vats using a combination of tree bark, oils, and other substances whose full complexity Marcus probably did not think about at all, since the smell of tanneries was simply part of the background of city life. Past the tannery, a sudden sweetness from a shop selling honey and dried fruits, the air around it thick with the smell of preserved figs and dates, and the dark, warm scent of good quality olive oil. And then the streets widened slightly. The buildings on either side became grander, their facades more carefully maintained, their proportions more deliberate. The pavement beneath his feet was cleaner, the stones better fitted and more recently repaired. The people around him were still diverse. Rome was always diverse, but there were more well-dressed figures here, more people whose bearing and clothing suggested education and prosperity. He was approaching the center of the city. The first sight of the Forum Romanum was always, even after hundreds of visits, a moment that demanded a pause, not a dramatic pause, not the wide-eyed halt of a tourist seeing something for the first time, but a brief, quiet, involuntary moment of acknowledgement, of recognition that you were standing in the presence of something that exceeded ordinary experience. The Forum was a large, roughly rectangular open space, paved in flat stones, worn smooth by countless feet over countless generations. It was enclosed on all sides by buildings of varying ages, styles, and purposes. Temples of gleaming white marble, their columns rising to carved pediments painted in faded reds and blues and golds, colonnaded walkways, porticos, that provided shaded passage along the edges of the space. The Curia, the Senate House, its heavy bronze doors closed or opened depending on whether the Senate was in session. The rostra, the great curved speaker's platform decorated with the bronze rams, rostra taken from enemy ships in ancient naval victories, from which orators and officials addressed the assembled citizens, and everywhere statues. Rome was a city of statues. Every important person who had ever done something worth commemorating had been commemorated in stone or bronze, and the forum was dense with them. Emperors on horseback, generals in battle dress, gods in their various poses and attributes, founding figures of the Republic in togas, their expressions serene and authoritative. These statues were not merely decorative. They were the visible record of Roman history, the three-dimensional text of the city's memory, standing in the open air for anyone to see and read and be reminded of. To walk through the Forum was to walk through time. The oldest temples, like the Temple of Saturn, whose 8 surviving columns still stand in Rome today, a little battered by 2,000 years of weather and history, went back to the earliest centuries of the Republic. The newest buildings, added or restored by recent emperors in their ongoing project of making the city ever more magnificent, were still sharp-edged and bright with fresh marble. Marcus had grown up with this space. It was simply part of the world he inhabited, the way a cathedral might be simply part of the world for someone who has grown up in a medieval European city. He did not think consciously about its grandeur every time he passed through it, but something in him registered it always beneath the level of conscious thought. A slight straightening of the posture, a faint expansion of the chest. He was a Roman, in Rome, in the Forum of Rome. This was not nothing. The Forum was not merely a beautiful space to walk through. It was a working place, busy with the specific kinds of business that could only be conducted at the center of the city's civic life. Along the edges of the Forum, in the covered porticos, and in the spaces between the larger buildings, various kinds of professional and commercial activity were constantly underway. Lawyers conferred with their clients in low, intense voices, preparing arguments for cases being heard in the basilicas, the large, roofed hall structures that flanked the Forum and served as the main venues for legal proceedings. Roman law was complex, detailed, and took itself seriously, and the legal profession in Rome was a significant and respected one. The advocati, advocates, what we would call lawyers, were educated men who had typically studied rhetoric and law, who could argue a case with skill and force before a magistrate or a panel of judges. Some of the greatest writers and thinkers in Roman history were lawyers. Cicero, perhaps the most famous orator Rome ever produced, made his reputation first and primarily as a legal advocate, and his surviving speeches, both the ones delivered in court and the ones he published afterward as literary works, give us an extraordinary window into how Roman legal argument actually sounded. Alongside the lawyers were the notaries and scribes, Tibellio and Scriba, who prepared and witnessed legal documents, contracts of sale, deeds of property, records of financial transactions, wills, manumission documents, freeing slaves, apprenticeship agreements, marriage contracts. All of these were written, witnessed, and registered in the Forum district. For a merchant like Marcus, this documentary world was directly relevant to his business life. A significant purchase from a supplier might be accompanied by a written contract specifying the goods, the price, the terms of payment, and the penalties for non-delivery. Alone, if Marcus ever needed one, or if he was in a position to make one, would be formally documented. A partnership with another merchant would be written out carefully, with each party's obligations specified. The Romans took written contracts seriously, and the presence of so many legal and documentary professionals in and around the forum meant that drawing up such documents was relatively easy and not particularly expensive for an ordinary merchant. Marcus had business at one of the notaries this morning. A supplier had asked him to sign a written acknowledgement of a recent delivery, a formality, but one the supplier's own business records required. He found the notary's table under the portico of the Basilica Aemilia, waited briefly while the notary finished with another client, stated his business, read the document offered to him carefully, reading it himself, not having it read to him, because Marcus was a literate man and saw no reason to rely on someone else's summary of what he was signing, and added his mark to the document. The notary's clerk impressed a wax seal. The document was done. 3 minutes of business, but business properly conducted with the paper trail that protected everyone involved. On his way from the notary toward the main market area, Marcus passed through a section of the forum that was, even by Roman standards, particularly dense with commercial activity. This was the area where the Argentarii operated. The Argentarii, the bankers and money changers of Rome, conducted their business from long stone tables called mensae, set up in a specific area near the edge of the forum. The word mensa simply meant table, and the Argentarius was sometimes called a mensarius for this reason, a man at the table. Their tables were piled with coins of various denominations and sometimes with writing materials for recording transactions. The primary service of the most basic Argentarii was money changing. Rome was the center of an empire that spanned dozens of regions, each of which might have its own local coinage in circulation alongside the official Roman currency. A Syrian merchant arriving in Rome with Eastern coins needed them converted to sestertii and denarii to do business in the city. A Roman merchant preparing to travel to Egypt might need to convert some of his Roman coins into the provincial currency that would be more easily accepted there. The money changers assessed foreign coins by weight and purity, biting them, rubbing them against a testing stone, weighing them on small scales with practiced efficiency, and offered an exchange rate that included their own profit margin. Their knowledge of coin values, metal purity, and current exchange rates was the foundation of their profession, and a good money changer carried this knowledge entirely in his head, updated daily through observation of the market. But the more sophisticated Argentarii were doing something considerably more complex and more interesting than simple money changing. They were, in every meaningful sense, bankers. They accepted deposits. A merchant who had accumulated more cash than was safe to keep in his shop could deposit it with a trusted Argentarius who would record the amount on a wax tablet and issue a receipt. The deposited money could be withdrawn on demand or, in more sophisticated arrangements, could be transferred to someone else, the equivalent of writing a check in a world without checks. They made loans. A merchant who needed capital to finance a large purchase, say a significant shipment of imported goods that he would then sell at profit, but whose upfront cost exceeded his immediate cash, could borrow from an Argentarius at an agreed rate of interest. Interest rates in Rome could be substantial, and the Roman legal system set certain limits on what rates were permissible, though these limits were not always observed. They handled long-distance financial transfers. This is perhaps the most sophisticated aspect of Roman banking, and the one that most strongly resembles modern financial practice. A merchant in Rome who owed money to a supplier in Alexandria did not need to physically send coins on a ship from Rome to Egypt, a slow, expensive, and risky operation. Instead, he could pay an Argentarius in Rome, who would send a letter of instruction to a corresponding banker in Alexandria, who would then pay the supplier from their own reserves. The Roman banking world was, in this way, genuinely international, with relationships between banking houses in Rome and the major trading cities of the empire allowing the transfer of funds across enormous distances with relative efficiency and security. Marcus had a modest but established relationship with one particular Argentarius whose table was toward the eastern end of the Forum banking area. He was not a particularly large account for the banker, but he was a reliable one. He had never missed a repayment, never bounced a deposit, never disputed a legitimate charge. This reliability was its own form of capital. It meant that when Marcus did occasionally need a short-term loan to cover a large purchase between deliveries, the Argentarius extended it without difficulty and at a decent rate. He stopped briefly at the table this morning, not to conduct business, but simply to exchange a word and check on the status of a small sum he had left on deposit the previous month. The Argentarius, a compact man with quick, intelligent eyes, and the perpetually slightly distracted air of someone who was always running numbers in his head, confirmed the balance from memory without consulting his tablets. Good. All was in order. Marcus thanked him and moved on. From the Forum, Marcus made his way to the main market area, a broader, more open space where the wholesale and retail commerce that was the true engine of Rome's economy played out every day in vivid, sensory abundance. The market was noise and color and smell all pressed together into a space that was somehow both chaotic and organized. It was chaotic in the way that any place of genuine human commerce is chaotic. Unpredictable, energetic, full of voices and movement and the constant small drama of buying and selling. But it was organized in the way that any well-established market is organized, by custom, by tradition, by the informal agreements of people who have been trading in the same space for years and know which area belongs to whom and how things are done. Different goods occupied different zones of the market, more or less. The grain sellers were in one area, their massive sacks of wheat and barley and spelt piled on wooden platforms, their prices called out in voices that carried across the whole space. The oil sellers were in another area, their rows of amphorae propped upright in stands, the olive oil of different origins and qualities available for tasting from small sample cups. The spice sellers occupied a relatively small area but drew disproportionate attention because the smells that emanated from their stalls were extraordinary. Pepper from India, the most valuable and widely traded spice in the Roman world, worth its weight in something approaching silver. Cinnamon from Sri Lanka, its warm, sweet smell rising from the curled bark in a way that seemed almost tropical, almost impossibly far from the gray stone of Rome. Cumin and coriander and fennel seed. Saffron, the most expensive spice of all. The dried stigmas of the crocus flower, a deep rust-red color. Its smell dry and warm, and unlike anything else in the world. Garum, the ubiquitous Roman fish sauce in its various grades, from the finest, most delicate liquamen to the coarser, stronger everyday product. Marcus moved through all of this with the ease of long familiarity, heading toward the section of the market where the textile and cloth wholesalers operated. He was looking for Demetrios. Demetrios of Antioch had come to Rome 22 years ago as a young man accompanying his father on a trading voyage. His father had gone home. Demetrios had stayed. He was now one of the most reliable textile wholesalers in the city, specializing in imported cloth. particularly the fine linens of Egypt and the dyed wools of Syria and the eastern Mediterranean. He had a permanent stall in the market, a warehouse near the Tiber docks where he stored his inventory, and a network of contacts in the ports of Alexandria, Antioch, and Corinth that kept him supplied with goods of reliable quality. He was a compact man with dark eyes and an expressive face who spoke Latin fluently, but with a musical Eastern accent that had barely softened in 2 decades of living in Rome. He wore a mixture of Roman and Eastern dress, a Roman tunic but with a Syrian-style embroidered band at the hem, and sandals of a slightly different construction than the standard Roman type. He was thoroughly at home in Rome, thoroughly connected to his Roman commercial world, and simultaneously thoroughly himself, a man from Antioch who happened to live and work in Rome, carrying both identities with equal ease. This kind of figure, the trader from elsewhere who had put down roots in Rome while maintaining their connections to their place of origin, was absolutely typical of the city. Rome's commercial class was startlingly international. Merchants and traders from Greece, Syria, Egypt, Gaul, Spain, North Africa, and Asia Minor all lived and worked in the city. All contributed to its commercial life. All were woven into its social fabric. Marcus and Demetrios shook hands, forearm to forearm, in the Roman manner, and moved immediately into the comfortable, efficient conversation of 2 professionals who knew each other well and respected each other's time. The conversation was about fabric, about what had arrived recently, what was expected, what the quality was like, what the prices were this season compared to last, what was selling, and what was sitting on shelves. It was the conversation of the trade, and it was conducted with the particular pleasure that professionals in any field take in talking seriously about the thing they know best. Marcus examined several bolts of fabric in the methodical, experienced way we have already seen, feeling the weave, checking the evenness of the dye, assessing the weight and drape. He asked questions about provenance. He noted where one batch was slightly inferior to another and negotiated accordingly. He purchased 3 bolts of Egyptian linen, 2 of Syrian dyed wool in a deep terracotta red that he thought would sell well this season, and 1 bolt of something new, a finely woven fabric from the eastern end of the Mediterranean that Demetrios described as a silk blend, part silk and part fine linen, lighter and more lustrous than pure linen, but far less expensive than pure silk. Marcus examined it carefully. It was beautiful. He bought it. They agreed on a total price. Demetrius wrote it on a wax tablet, Marcus on his own. The goods would be delivered to Marcus's shop by Demetrios's carrier later that afternoon. And then, because they were both done with their business, and neither was in quite enough hurry to leave immediately, they stood for a few minutes in the pleasant way of people who have just concluded a satisfying transaction and find themselves with a brief moment of ease. Demetrios spoke briefly about his family, a son who was learning the trade, a daughter recently married to a Roman ironmonger from a family he liked. Marcus spoke about his son's schooling, his daughter's growing resemblance to her mother. They exchanged a few words about the state of trade generally, whether the new emperor's policies would affect import duties, whether the recent good harvest in Egypt would bring linen prices down next season. Then each man had other business to attend to. They parted with the same forearm clasp with which they had met. 2 men in the middle of their working lives, in the middle of the greatest city in the world, doing the ancient, necessary, entirely human work of commerce, connecting supply to demand, moving goods from where they were made to where they were needed, keeping the vast, intricate, beautiful machine of Roman trade in motion, one transaction at a time. Marcus tucked his wax tablet under his arm, turned away from the market, and began the walk back toward his own street. The morning's main business was done. Before we follow Marcus through the doors of his neighborhood Thermae, let us spend a moment understanding what the baths actually were in the life of a Roman city. Because the word baths, in our modern understanding, suggests something fairly simple and private, a room with a tub, a place to get clean and get out. The Roman baths were something so much larger and more complex and more human than that using the same word for both things almost creates a misleading impression. The Roman baths were, depending on their size and ambition, simultaneously a bathing facility, a gymnasium, a social club, a library, a garden, a meeting place for business, a venue for philosophy and conversation, a place of relaxation and physical restoration, and one of the primary locations where the social life of the city, across class lines, across professional boundaries, across the various divisions that structured Roman society, actually happened. They were, in a phrase that is not quite adequate but comes close, the living room of the city. Every Roman, regardless of wealth or status, had access to the public baths. The entry fee was tiny, a quadrans, the smallest denomination of Roman coin, worth a quarter of an as, which was itself a small copper coin. In practical terms, the entry fee for the baths was the equivalent of almost nothing. Politicians and emperors frequently sponsored free days at the baths as a form of public generosity. Some baths were permanently free. The Roman state and Roman civic culture more broadly understood that the baths were not a private pleasure but a public good, something that belonged to the city and to all its people, and Romans used them every day, not occasionally, not as a weekly treat, but as a daily ritual, as embedded in the rhythm of life as eating. A Roman who had not been to the baths in several days was a Roman who was either very ill or very occupied with some emergency. Under normal circumstances, the baths were simply where you went in the afternoon. It was not a decision, it was simply what happened. Marcus understood this without thinking about it, in the way you understand the habits that have been part of your life since childhood. The baths Marcus used most frequently were not one of Rome's grand imperial complexes. They were a neighborhood establishment, a Thermae of modest but decent size, tucked into a block of buildings perhaps 10 minutes' walk from his shop. They had been there for as long as anyone in the neighborhood could remember, expanded and renovated several times over the decades, but fundamentally the same institution that his father had used and his father's father before him. From the outside, the building was not particularly impressive. A plain brick facade with small windows set high in the walls, the interior required controlled heat and humidity, so large windows were impractical. The entrance was a wide doorway, currently propped open with the practiced permanence of a place that opened its doors every morning and did not close them until evening. Above the entrance, painted directly onto the plaster of the facade in large red letters, was the name of the establishment and its hours, information repeated on a small painted sign hung inside the entrance as well for those who wanted to check. A small carved relief above the doorway showed the figure of a man in a bathing posture, a standard decorative marker for a bathing establishment, the ancient equivalent of a sign with a picture on it. Even a Roman who could not read the painted lettering would know immediately what this building was. Marcus paid his quadrans to the attendant at the entrance, a large, amiable man who sat on a wooden stool beside a small wooden table and accepted coins with the practiced, slightly distracted efficiency of someone who had been doing the same task for many years. The coin went into a clay pot. Marcus received a small clay token that served as his entry marker. He stepped inside. The first room inside the baths was the apoderium, the changing room. It was a moderate-sized rectangular space, its walls lined with wooden niches, small cubby holes carved or built into the plaster wall at regular intervals, each large enough to hold a folded garment and a pair of sandals. The niches had no locks, no doors. Your belongings simply sat in the niche while you were bathing, visible to anyone who passed. This was both the casual charm and the practical difficulty of the Roman changing room. The charm was the total absence of any bureaucratic complication, no keys, no lockers, no tokens to remember. You put your things down and went. The difficulty was that this open arrangement made theft entirely possible, and theft at the baths was indeed a well-documented problem. Roman writers complained about it regularly. Martial, the poet of the late 1st century AD, made several jokes about lost sandals and stolen cloaks at the baths. Legal texts discuss the liability of bath operators for items stolen from their establishments. It was, in the Roman estimation, simply one of the minor hazards of public bathing, annoying, occasional, generally limited to small items, and not sufficient reason to stop going to the baths. Marcus had a system, as most regular bathers did. He kept a sharp eye on which niche he was using. He kept nothing of significant value in the pockets of his tunic. His coins were left in the locked box at the shop, and he had, after one unpleasant incident years ago when a decent cloak had disappeared, developed the habit of placing his folded garments at the back of the niche and covering them with his sandals placed on top, which at least created a visual impression that the niche was carefully arranged and attended to. He folded his cloak, he folded his tunic, he removed his sandals and set them on top. He picked up from the small bag he had brought with him the two items that were essential for bathing, his strigil and his flask of olive oil. The strigil was a simple, elegant tool, a curved blade of bronze or iron, not sharpened to a cutting edge but smooth, with a handle at one end. It was perhaps 20 centimeters long, slightly curved in its length and curved again in cross-section, designed to follow the contours of the body. Every Roman bather owned one as naturally as every modern person owns a toothbrush. Some were plain and functional. Others were beautifully made with decorated handles presented as gifts or inherited within families. The small flask was terracotta, stoppered with a cork, and contained good olive oil, not the finest grade, which was reserved for cooking in lamps, but a decent everyday oil. This would be applied to the skin before the scraping, creating a surface that the strigil could move across smoothly, lifting dead skin and dirt and sweat as it went. Thus equipped, Marcus moved through the inner doorway and into the first of the bathing rooms. The tepidarium was the threshold between the ordinary world of the street and the warm, enclosed world of the bath. It was a medium-sized room, its temperature pleasantly warm, not hot, not merely room temperature, but the specific warmth of a space that has been gently and consistently heated until the air itself feels kind. The walls were smooth plaster, painted in deep, warm colors, ochre and terracotta, and the dark red that Romans called minium, a pigment made from lead oxide that gave walls a rich, slightly glowing quality. The floor was heated from below, the hypocaust system, that extraordinary Roman engineering achievement, circulating hot air from furnaces through channels beneath the floor and within the walls. The tepidarium was not a room for doing anything in particular. It was a room for transitioning, for letting the body begin its slow adjustment from the cool air of the street to the heat that was coming, for sitting, if you chose to, on the stone benches that lined the walls, for letting the first loosening warmths begin to work its way into muscles that had spent the morning in the habitual slight tension of a working day. There were other people in the tepidarium, always. The baths were never empty during their open hours, and the tepidarium, being the mildest and most accessible room, was often one of the more populated spaces. A group of older men sat together on one of the benches, deep in the unhurried conversation of people who had nowhere pressing to be. Two younger men stood near the entrance, speaking quickly and with evident engagement about something, a business matter, from the few words Marcus caught in passing. A boy of perhaps 10 sat alone, hugging his knees, looking at the painted walls with the patient, slightly blazed attention of a child waiting for an adult. Marcus found a space on one of the benches and sat. He rolled his shoulders. He stretched his neck slowly to one side and then the other, the gesture of a body acknowledging its own tiredness, the accumulated physical memory of a morning on his feet. The warm air worked on him immediately, the way warm air always does on a body that has been in motion. A slight softening, a slight heaviness in the limbs that was not exhaustion but its gentler cousin. Relaxation. He sat in the tepidarium for perhaps 10 or 15 minutes. No particular thoughts, the warm air, the quiet conversation of the men nearby, the particular peaceful sound that a heated room makes, a faint creak of expanding plaster and tile, the distant muffled sound of water somewhere deeper in the building. Then he rose and moved toward the caldarium. The caldarium hit you before you were fully through the door. The heat was substantial, not painful, not the searing, dry heat of a desert or the shocking heat of an open fire, but the particular dense, penetrating heat of a very warm and steamy enclosed space. A heat that seemed to press against the skin from all directions at once, and that entered the lungs with each breath as something you could feel rather than merely experience. The floor was hot enough that wooden sandals or careful stepping was advisable near the center of the room, where the hypocaust heating was most intense. The walls radiated warmth. The air was heavy with moisture from the large heated basin, the alveas, that occupied one end of the room, its water steaming gently, its surface broken by the occasional movement of a bather within it. The caldarium smelled of warmth itself, if warmth has a smell, which in a room like this it does, steam and stone and the faint ghost of the many oils that had been applied and scraped from many bodies in this room over many years, a particular mineral quality from the heated water, and underneath all of it the very faint, woody, smoky suggestion of the furnaces that kept the whole system running. Marcus applied oil to his skin, a moderate amount, rubbed across his arms and shoulders and chest and legs with the practical, methodical attention of someone performing a familiar routine. The oil went on easily in the warm air, the skin already softened by the tepidarium, already beginning to perspire. Then he sat, and he let the caldarium do its work. This is not easy to describe adequately, because the experience of sitting in genuine sustained heat while your body sweats freely is something that resists description and rewards experience. What happens gradually is a kind of dissolution. The boundaries between the body and the warm air around it become less distinct. The muscles which carry their tension so habitually that you stop noticing them begin to release those tensions one by one, like knots slowly working themselves loose. The mind, which has been running all morning on the fuel of attention and decision and calculation, begins to slow, not to stop. The mind never fully stops, but to move at a different pace. A softer pace, the pace of a river in flat country rather than a river running downhill. This was, for the Romans, one of the primary purposes of the bath. Not merely physical cleanliness, though that was achieved, but physical and mental restoration, a daily reset, the deliberate creation of a space in the day where the demands of commerce and family and the endless complexity of city life were set aside for an hour, and the body was given what it needed. After a suitable period of sweating, perhaps 20 or 30 minutes, adjusted by experience and personal preference, Marcus took up his strigil. The scraping was methodical and thorough. He worked his way across his skin with the practiced efficiency of long habit, the curved blade lifting a visible mixture of sweat and oil and dead skin cells from the surface with each stroke. He worked across his arms, his shoulders, his chest and stomach, his legs, as much of his back as he could reach, leaving the more difficult angles for a later assist from a bath attendant if needed, or simply managing as best he could. Some wealthy Romans brought their own slaves to the baths specifically to assist with the straggling, and bath attendants could also be hired for this service. For Marcus, a combination of personal effort and the occasional assistance of a willing neighboring bather was sufficient. The sensation of the strigil on heated, oiled skin was deeply satisfying in a physical way that is difficult to explain, but easy to understand if you have ever had a really thorough massage, or have experienced the specific pleasure of any sustained physical attention to the body's surface. It was clean and purposeful, and when it was done, the skin underneath felt remarkably, almost startlingly clean. Not just surface clean, but genuinely clean, in a deep and thorough way. While all of this was happening, the room around Marcus was alive with the particular social world of the Roman bath. Conversation in the caldarium was normal and common. The Romans bathed together and talked together without any sense of contradiction between the two activities. The heat loosened not just muscles but tongues, and the caldarium was a space where conversation flowed with particular ease, perhaps because the shared vulnerability of being unclothed and sweating together created a natural equality, a temporary suspension of the social hierarchies that structured the rest of Roman life. In the caldarium, a wealthy merchant and his poorer neighbor sat on the same bench and sweated the same sweat. A freedman and a free-born citizen soaked in the same basin. A philosopher and a baker discussed the events of the day in the same hot air. The baths were not a perfect democracy. There were still social distinctions, still the invisible gradations of status that Romans were acutely aware of, but they were, more than almost any other space in the city, a place where those distinctions loosened their grip. The conversations Marcus might encounter in the caldarium ranged widely. Two men nearby were discussing with considerable animation the results of the most recent chariot races at the Circus Maximus. One was a passionate supporter of the Green faction and was explaining at length and with evident personal injury why the Green team's star driver had been unfairly blocked on the final turn. The other, a Blue faction supporter, was listening with the politely skeptical expression of someone who has heard this argument many times before and finds it unconvincing. A little further along, two merchants of some kind, their conversation technical and full of the shorthand of shared professional knowledge, were discussing shipping costs between Rome and the port of Puteoli to the south, and whether it was worth routing certain goods to Ostia instead. Marcus caught enough of this to be mildly interested, though it touched only tangentially on his own trade. Near the heated basin, an older man was giving what amounted to an informal philosophical lecture to a younger man who may have been his student, speaking in the measured, deliberate way of someone who was accustomed to being listened to. The subject appeared to be the nature of virtue. and the older man was making his point with the unhurried confidence of someone who had made it many times before and knew exactly where the argument was going. This last scene was entirely typical. The baths were one of the informal venues where philosophical and intellectual discussion happened in Rome. A famous story about the Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who lived in Rome in the late 1st century AD, describes him being approached at the baths by a student seeking instruction. The bath was simply where educated Romans might encounter each other and fall into the kind of conversation that mattered to them. Marcus listened to the fragments of all these conversations without participating in most of them. He was content, in this warm hour, to simply be present in the social world of the baths without being active within it. After the caldarium came the moment that every regular Roman bather knew and anticipated with a mixture of eager anticipation and mild apprehension: the frigidarium, the cold room. The frigidarium was kept at the temperature of the coolest available water, in summer still bracingly cold, in winter cold enough to make the breath come short. The large central pool, the natatio in the largest baths, a simple cold plunge basin in more modest establishments like Marcus's neighborhood baths, was fed with cold water from the aqueduct. Unheated, the water clear and still and waiting. There was a particular technique to the cold plunge that every experienced Roman bather had developed. You did not ease in gradually the way a person might lower themselves tentatively into a cold sea. You went in decisively. One clean, committed movement, stepping off the edge, or simply stepping down the submerged stone steps and letting the cold water take you. The shock of it was total and immediate and, paradoxically, magnificent. After the sustained heat of the caldarium, the cold water was not merely cold, it was electric. Every nerve in the skin fired at once. The breath went involuntarily short and then returned, deeper and fuller than before. The body, which had been soft and slightly heavy with heat, suddenly became completely present to itself, every surface alive and awake and tingling. Marcus stood in the cold water for perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, long enough for the initial shock to pass and settle into something more sustainable, long enough for the particular clear-headedness that follows a cold plunge to establish itself. That quality of mental sharpness and physical lightness that feels, after an hour of heat and steam, almost like being reborn into a cooler, cleaner version of yourself. He climbed out, and an attendant handed him a linen cloth from a stack kept near the pool edge, large, rough-woven drying cloths available to bathers as part of the establishment's service. He dried himself briskly, the cloth raising warmth back into the skin that the cold water had taken. He felt extraordinary. There is no other word for it. He felt clean in a way that went beyond the merely physical. He felt awake and light and restored as if the accumulated weight of the morning, the transactions, the walking, the calculations, the 100 small decisions and attentions of a working day, had been lifted away by the combination of heat and cold and time and left somewhere in the water, dissolved. Marcus, dressed in the apodyterium, everything still where he had left it, intact, the sandal-on-top arrangement having apparently done its job once again, and moved toward the exit, but not immediately, because the baths were not a place you simply entered and left. They were a place you inhabited for a while, and the transition back to the outside world was meant to be gradual. Near the entrance of his neighborhood baths, as in most similar establishments, there was a small snack counter, a simple affair, a stone ledge with a few clay vessels and a wooden board, selling bread, cheese, olives, small cups of watered wine. Not a full meal. just the kind of simple, immediate nourishment that a body wanted after an hour of heat and cold and physical attention. Marcus bought a small cup of wine, well watered, and a piece of bread with some soft cheese. He ate and drank, standing near the entrance, feeling the gradual return of the ordinary temperature of the street against his clean skin, watching the flow of people in and out, some arriving with towels and oil flasks, some departing with the same slightly luminous, well-scrubbed look that he himself was wearing. The bread was simple and good, the wine was cool and faintly tart, the afternoon light outside the entrance was warm and gold. He was clean, he was fed. He was rested in the particular deep way that the baths produced, not the rest of sleep, but the rest of a body that has been thoroughly attended to, thoroughly warmed and cooled and cleaned, and simply allowed for an hour to be nothing but a body. The afternoon was waiting. The shop was waiting. Titus was waiting next door, reliable as always. Marcus finished his bread, set down his cup, and stepped back out into the city. The street received him as it always did, with complete indifference and absolute familiarity. The same stones underfoot, the same buildings above, the same flow of faces and voices, and the distant, constant sound of Rome going about its business. He turned toward home and began to walk. There is a particular pleasure in returning to a familiar place after an absence, even a short one. Marcus stepped back through the open front of his shop and stood for a moment in the interior, simply taking it in. The bolts of fabric on their shelves, the stone counter worn smooth by years of use, the particular quality of light in the afternoon entering from the street at a lower, warmer angle than the morning light, falling differently on the colors of the fabric, making the deep terracotta wool glow almost like fire and turning the cream linen to something approaching gold. The shop smelled, as it always smelled in the afternoon, of warm stone and wool and the faint, pleasant dustiness of fabric that has been folded and handled and folded again over many months. It was a smell Marcus associated entirely with his working life, and therefore with a large portion of his conscious existence. It was, in the truest sense, the smell of home. He exchanged a brief word with Titus over the shared wall. Everything had been quiet. 2 people had looked in, but not bought anything. There had been a brief commotion in the street involving a runaway mule that had apparently resolved itself without serious incident. Marcus thanked him. Titus waved a hand in the dismissive way of someone accepting thanks they consider unnecessary. Marcus settled back behind his counter. The afternoon had its own particular character, distinct from the morning in ways that were felt rather than formally understood. The morning was about beginnings, the first transactions, the fresh energy of a day newly started, the alertness of a body that had slept and eaten and was ready. The afternoon was about continuation, about the steady, patient middle of things, about the particular satisfaction of work that is going well and does not require dramatic intervention, simply consistent, attentive presence. He looked at the surface of his counter, looked at his shelves, began in a quiet and methodical way to occupy himself with the afternoon's work. One of the first things Marcus did each afternoon, when the rhythm of the morning's customer traffic had eased, was attend to his inventory. This was not a glamorous task. It was the kind of task that is easy to neglect and costly to neglect. The quiet, unglamorous maintenance work that keeps a business functioning smoothly without ever producing anything dramatic or visible, like the sharpening of tools or the mending of nets or the maintenance of any piece of equipment that is relied upon daily and therefore taken for granted until it fails. Marcus moved along his shelves, touching each bolt of fabric, making a mental note of what he had in quantity and what was running low. He knew his stock well. A merchant who did not know his own inventory was a merchant operating in the dark, but knowing it in the general sense and confirming it in the specific sense were two different things. And the afternoon was a good time for the confirmation. The new bolts purchased from Demetrios that morning would arrive later today, carried by Demetrios's delivery boy on a handcart. This would replenish the Egyptian linen, which had sold steadily all week, and add the new Syrian wool and the silk blend that Marcus was curious to see how his customers would respond to. He made notes on his wax tablet as he went. Not elaborate notes, just marks and numbers, the compressed notation of someone who had developed their own shorthand over years of daily record-keeping. 3 bolts of heavy, undyed wool remaining, 1½ bolts of fine linen, 2 bolts of the standard weight linen. The dyed wool in the green-blue shade was almost gone. He needed to find more of that, or find a comparable alternative, since 2 customers had specifically asked about it in the past week. The wax tablet was his external memory. It held the details that the mind could not always reliably retain across the competing demands of a busy working day. Later, the significant entries on the wax tablet would be transferred to a more permanent record, written in ink on a wooden board or a sheet of papyrus, which formed the formal accounts of the business. Marcus's accounts were kept in a double entry style that would be recognizable in its basic logic to any modern accountant. On one side, receipts, money coming in from sales. On the other side, expenses, money going out for purchases, for the rent on the shop, for small repairs and supplies, for the fees of the carrier who sometimes delivered larger orders to customers who could not collect in person. The difference between the 2 sides was the profit, or on bad weeks, the loss. He was a careful record keeper, not because he particularly enjoyed the task, but because he had understood from early in his career that a merchant without accurate accounts was a merchant flying blind, unaware of which goods were most profitable, unable to track whether a supplier was overcharging, unable to demonstrate his creditworthiness to a banker when a loan was needed. The accounts were the foundation of everything else. He spent perhaps half an hour on this quiet accounting work, sitting on a low wooden stool behind the counter, the wax tablet balanced on his knee, the afternoon light falling over his shoulder in a way that was just adequate for reading and writing. When the accounting was done, Marcus turned to a small repair that had been on his mind for several days. One of the wooden pegs on which the display bolts were hung had worked itself loose from the wall. It was not a crisis. The bolt had simply been moved to another peg, but a loose peg was a loose peg, and a shop that had loose pegs and left them loose was a shop that was sliding, by small degrees, toward the kind of general dilapidation that Marcus found both aesthetically unpleasant and professionally unacceptable. He kept a small wooden box of tools under the counter, a hammer, a few iron nails, a small chisel, a length of rough cord for tying things, a piece of wax for lubricating stuck mechanisms, a few other items collected over years of small shop maintenance. He took out the hammer and a nail and knelt beside the wall where the peg was. The repair took perhaps 5 minutes. The peg was removed, the hole packed with a small piece of folded cloth soaked in a bit of water to make it swell and grip, the peg replaced and tapped firmly home with a hammer. A brief test. The peg held solidly now, rock solid the way it should be. He replaced the bolt of fabric on the repaired peg and stood back to check that it hung correctly. There is a specific, quiet satisfaction in small repairs well done, in the fixing of something that was not quite right and making it right again. It is not a large satisfaction. It does not compare to the satisfaction of a major sale concluded or a particularly beautiful piece of fabric acquired at a good price. or any of the more significant achievements of a merchant's working life, but it is real. It is the satisfaction of a person who takes care of things, who notices when something is imperfect and does not simply walk past it, who understands in a practical and untheoretical way that a life and a business are maintained as much by small attentions as by large actions. Marcus put his tools away and looked at his shop. The peg was fixed, the stock was assessed and noted, the accounts were updated, the space was tidy and orderly and ready. Good. The afternoon brought its own particular kind of customers, different in character from the morning's visitors. The morning had been dominated by people on purposeful business errands, the household steward, the professional dressmaker, the mother on a practical shopping mission. The morning was efficient, directed, transactional in the cleanest sense. People came knowing what they needed, got it, and moved on to the next item on their list. The afternoon was softer. The people who came in the afternoon were often people with more time, or people whose relationship to the purchase was more contemplative. They were not always sure exactly what they wanted. They wanted to look, to think, to feel the fabric between their fingers without necessarily committing to anything. This was not a problem. Marcus had long since made his peace with the browsers, the people who came in and looked carefully at everything and bought nothing, and who might return 3 days later and buy substantially. A merchant who was impatient with browsers was a merchant who was impatient with the natural rhythm of commercial decision-making. One afternoon customer this day was a young man, perhaps 19 or 20, who came in with the slightly unfocused energy of someone who was doing something for the first time and was not entirely sure how it worked. He was, it emerged after a few careful questions from Marcus, preparing for his wedding. He needed fabric for a new tunic, the tunic he would wear at the ceremony. He had been sent by his mother to find something appropriate, had been given a specific amount of money, and had apparently been into 2 other fabric shops already without finding anything that felt right. Marcus received this information with a particular attentiveness he brought to customers who needed guidance rather than just service. This was a different kind of merchant skill from the efficient, precise transaction with the household steward. This required patience and a mild version of what we might now call empathy, the ability to understand what a customer actually needed rather than just what they said they needed, and to guide them toward it without making them feel steered or managed. He asked the young man a few questions about the ceremony, when it was, where it would be held, how formal the occasion, about his coloring, what shades tended to suit him, about the money he had been given and whether there was any flexibility in it. Then Marcus began to show him things. Not everything, not an overwhelming array, but a carefully considered selection of perhaps 4 or 5 options, each one shown with a brief, honest description of its qualities and character. This one was fine and light, good for a warm day, perhaps slightly formal in its weave. This one was a little heavier, richer in texture, would hold a belt particularly well. This one had a slight warmth of color that would suit a dark-complexioned man. The young man looked and touched and thought. He went back to the second option twice. He held it up in the light from the street. He seemed to be imagining himself in it, in the way that people do when they are trying on a choice rather than a garment. He bought the second option. He left the shop, looking slightly more settled than when he had entered it, as if a decision had been made that was bigger than just a piece of cloth, as if the act of choosing something for his wedding had made the wedding itself slightly more real, slightly more manageable. Marcus watched him go and thought, briefly and without sentimentality, about his own wedding, many years ago now. A different shop, a different tunic, a similarly young man with a similar uncertainty. He did not dwell on this. He simply noted it, the way you note a familiar shape seen from a distance and then let it go. In the later part of the afternoon, when the customer traffic had eased further and the light outside was beginning to take on the particular golden quality that preceded the approach of evening, Marcus settled again with his accounts. This time it was more thorough work, not just noting the day's transactions, but reviewing the week's accounts as a whole, a practice he tried to maintain regularly, since the longer you left accounts unreviewed, the more likely errors were to accumulate unnoticed. The week had been reasonable, not exceptional, but solid. The sale to the household steward had been the largest single transaction. The regular purchase by Fortunata had been reliable as always. Several smaller sales had added up to a respectable total. The new stock from Demetrios, arriving today, had been purchased at a price that Marcus was satisfied with. He had negotiated well this morning, he thought. Against the sales, the expenses, Demetrios's invoice to be paid within 10 days according to their agreement. The monthly rent on the shop due in a week, paid to the owner of the building, a prosperous woman who had inherited several insulae from her father and managed them with brisk efficiency. The small costs of daily operation, oil for the lamp, chalk for the measuring marks, cord for wrapping purchases, the occasional repair material. He ran the numbers carefully, added, subtracted, reviewed. The result was what he had hoped, a modest but real profit for the week. Not enough to feel wealthy, enough to feel secure, enough to know that the family would eat well, that the children's schooling was covered, that a small amount could be set aside each week against the future. This was what it meant to run a small business in ancient Rome, as in any time and any place. The constant careful balancing of income and expense, the patient accumulation of small surpluses, the management of uncertainty, a bad week, a slow month, an unexpected cost, within a framework of generally reliable activity. Marcus was not a man who found great drama in his accounts. He found instead a particular kind of quiet satisfaction in their orderliness, in the way a column of numbers that added up correctly felt like a small validation of all the work and attention that had produced them. The accounts were the story of the week, told in the compressed language of numbers, and this week's story, read in that language, was a good one. He closed his wax tablet, he put it under the counter, he stretched his hands, which had been cramped slightly around the stylus, and looked up at the street outside. The street in the late afternoon was different from the street of the morning, and different again from the street of midday. Each part of the day produced its own particular version of the same stage, populated by different figures in a different light. The sharp, purposeful energy of the morning had given way to something more meandering and social. People were moving more slowly. The errands of the day were mostly done, and what remained was the more pleasurable movement of people going towards something they wanted rather than something they needed. Groups of friends walking together, couples, children released from their morning lessons, moving through the street with the specific focused purposelessness of children who have been inside and sitting still for too long and are now working off the accumulated energy of the day. The light itself was doing something beautiful. The sun, now lower in the sky, was casting long shadows across the paved street, and the places where its direct light fell had taken on a warm, amber quality that made the stone glow faintly from within. The upper walls of the buildings across the street were lit in this amber light, their brick and plaster surfaces becoming, for this hour, genuinely lovely, as if the city was putting on its best face for the end of the day. From somewhere nearby, the smell of cooking had begun. The thermopolium woman across the street was preparing her evening offerings, fresher and more substantial than the morning's rewarmed leftovers. The smell of something being cooked in olive oil drifted across the street and mixed with the warm stone smell of the late afternoon in a way that was immediately, viscerally connected to the feeling of hunger. The body recognized this smell and responded to it with the direct, unambiguous honesty of physical appetite. Marcus noticed the smell and registered it with a part of his mind that was already beginning to think ahead to the evening, to Livia's cooking, to the evening meal, to the end of the working day and the beginning of the domestic one. But there were still things to do before the shop could be closed. In the mid-afternoon, the delivery came from Demetrios. It arrived in the form of a young man of perhaps 16, Demetrius's nephew, who did much of the delivery and carrying work for his uncle's business, pushing a wooden handcart through the street with the slightly strained efficiency of someone who had been pushing laden handcarts all day and was on his last delivery. The cart held the bolts purchased that morning, wrapped in their protective outer cloth, tied with cord. Marcus checked each one against his wax tablet as it came off the cart, counting, confirming, ensuring that what was delivered matched what had been agreed. This checking was not distrust of Demetrios, who was a man of entirely reliable commercial honesty. It was simply the correct practice. Mistakes happened. Errors crept into even the most reliable systems. The checking protected everyone. Everything was correct. Marcus signed the delivery tablet that the boy carried, making his mark beside his name. The boy, relieved of his load, lifted the empty cart with the weary lightness of someone grateful to be going, and departed back down the street. Marcus brought the new bolts inside one by one and began the pleasant task of incorporating them into his stock. There was a genuine pleasure in new stock, in the unrolling of a bolt that had not yet been seen by his customers, assessing its qualities in the light of his shop, finding the right place for it among the existing inventory. The Syrian wool in terracotta was exactly what it had looked on Demetrius's stall. Deep, even color, good weight, a tight weave that would wear well and hold shape. He placed it prominently where the afternoon light would catch its color. The silk blend he saved for last. He unrolled it carefully across the counter and stood back to look at it properly. It was extraordinary. The fabric had a quality of light that was unlike anything else on his shelves. Where the linen absorbed light and the wool diffused it, this fabric seemed to hold it, a faint, inner luminosity, as if the threads themselves contained something of the sun. The color was a natural ivory, undyed, and in the amber light of the late afternoon, it was almost warm enough to be gold. Marcus touched it. The texture was entirely different from either linen or wool, smooth in a way that linen was not quite smooth, with a slight give and drape that was its own thing entirely. His fingers moved across it slowly. He thought about which customer this was for. He thought about Fortunata. She would know exactly what to do with this. He thought about the household steward's mistress, who had a refined eye for quality. He thought about customers he had not yet met, who would walk through his open door in the coming days and see this fabric and feel it and understand immediately what it was. He folded it carefully and placed it in the most visible position on his middle shelf, where the light would find it from both the morning and the afternoon. Good. The afternoon was ending now. The light outside had shifted from gold to something closer to copper. The shadows on the street were very long. The sounds of the neighborhood were changing again. The commercial sounds of the working day were fading, and the domestic sounds of the evening were beginning to take their place. The smell of cooking was stronger. Voices from the upper floors of the buildings were the voices of families returning to themselves after the separation of the working day. Marcus looked at his shop one final time. Everything in order. The new stock incorporated, the accounts updated, the repairs done, the day's sales completed and recorded, the space clean and tidy and ready for tomorrow. He began, with the unhurried efficiency of long practice, to close up. Marcus heard the Cena before he reached the top of the stairs. The smell came down to meet him as he climbed, warm and layered and deeply familiar. Lentils cooking slowly in olive oil, with garlic and onions softened into something sweet and yielding. The sharper, saltier note of garum added to the pot at some point in the cooking, doing what garum always did, not announcing itself as fish sauce, not tasting of the sea, but deepening everything around it, adding a savory complexity that made a simple pot of lentils taste like something considerably more than a simple pot of lentils. And beneath all of this, the warm, yeasty, slightly smoky smell of bread that had been bought fresh that morning and was being warmed near the brazier now, its crust crisping gently back to life. These smells, experienced at the end of a long working day, after the baths and the market and the hours behind the counter, were something that went beyond simple appetite. They were the smell of belonging, of return, of the particular sanctuary that a family's home creates, not through architecture or decoration, but through the accumulated sensory memory of 10,000 evenings just like this one. Marcus reached the top of the stairs and came into the main room of the apartment. Livia was at the brazier. She was a woman of perhaps 32, with the particular quality of competence that expresses itself not through drama or announcement, but through the smooth, efficient management of everything around her. She wore her hair pinned up in the practical Roman style, suited to a woman who had been working all day, not the elaborate arranged curls of fashionable wealthy women, but a clean, neat-up swept arrangement held by two bone pins that she had owned for many years and replaced only when they broke. Her tunic was plain undyed linen, slightly faded from many washings, covered by a larger rectangle of darker fabric draped and pinned at the shoulder, an apron of sorts, protecting the tunic from the inevitable splashes and smears of a kitchen afternoon. She looked up when Marcus appeared and offered him the particular look that long-married people exchange at the end of a long day. Not dramatically warm, not performing affection, simply genuine. A look that said, "You are here, I am glad. The day was what it was, now let us be home together." He crossed the room and she told him, without preamble, that the lentils were almost ready and that their son had come home from school with a bruised knee and a story about it that she found implausible, and that the downstairs neighbor had sent up a small pot of preserved olives as a gesture of goodwill following some minor dispute about the use of the shared water cistern that Livia had apparently resolved with characteristic efficiency. Marcus absorbed all of this with the ease of a man who had come home to exactly this kind of domestic report for many years and found it, in aggregate, deeply satisfying. Their son, let us call him Gaius, a solid Roman name, common and unpretentious, appeared from the smaller room at the back of the apartment. He was 9 years old, with the particular energy of a 9-year-old boy at the end of a school day, not depleted by it, but slightly overwhelmed, the way children get when they have been required to sit still for many hours and have not yet found sufficient opportunity to move. The bruised knee was examined and pronounced entirely non-serious. The story about how it happened was listened to with the respectful attention that a child's narrative deserves, regardless of its plausibility, and a gentle question at the end, asked by Marcus with genuine rather than prosecutorial curiosity, produced a slightly modified version that was probably closer to the truth. Their daughter, Tulia, 6 years old, with the round, serious face of a child who takes everything slightly more gravely than the situation strictly requires, was sitting in the corner of the room with a small terracotta doll, conducting a quiet and entirely private drama that she showed no inclination to share or explain. She acknowledged her father's arrival with a brief upward glance and a nod of considerable dignity and returned to her doll. This was the family, this warm, slightly chaotic, entirely familiar collection of people in a small apartment above a cloth merchant's shop in a city that ruled most of the known world. Let us spend a moment in the kitchen, because the kitchen of a Roman apartment was a fascinating and important space. It was small. In most Roman apartments of Marcus's type, what passed for a kitchen was barely more than a corner of a room, sometimes a dedicated small space, sometimes simply the area around the cooking brazier, which might be set against a wall with a raised stone or bricks around to contain it safely. The concern about fire was always present. Roman buildings burned. The vigils, the night watchmen who also served as the city's fire brigade, were kept constantly busy, and the most common cause of urban fires was cooking fires that got away from their owners. The brazier itself was a bronze or iron vessel on legs, designed to hold burning charcoal at a height convenient for cooking. Charcoal was preferable to wood for indoor cooking because it burned hotter, more evenly, and with considerably less smoke, though not without any smoke, and Roman kitchens were generally not well-ventilated spaces. A small window or vent helped, but the smell of charcoal and cooking oil was simply part of the atmosphere of a Roman apartment in the evenings, drifting up from 100 kitchens into the narrow streets below. On the brazier sat a clay pot, the olla, which was the Roman cook's primary vessel, round-bodied, with a slightly narrowed neck and two small handles made of thick terracotta that distributed heat evenly and retained it well. The lentils had been cooking in this pot for several hours, slowly at the low and steady heat that lentils require to become properly tender and creamy rather than hard and chalky. Beside the brazier, on the work surface of stone or wood, were the other elements of the evening meal in various stages of preparation. A shallow pan, the patina, which gave its name to an entire category of Roman egg-based dishes cooked in it, held a mixture that Livia had assembled earlier and would cook quickly at the end. Eggs beaten with garum and a little black pepper with pieces of cooked leek stirred through, something between an omelet and a frittata, quick to make, satisfying to eat, and a reliable way to add substance to a meal without great expense or effort. A wooden board held an arrangement of things that required no cooking: olives from the neighbor's gift, a wedge of hard sheep's milk cheese, a handful of dried figs, a few spring onions still smelling sharply of the earth, and the bread, as mentioned, warming near the brazier's edge, its bottom crust beginning to take on a pleasant additional crispness from the proximity of the heat. This was a Roman family dinner in preparation, not elaborate, not theatrical, but attentive to the pleasures of good, simple food carefully assembled. Before we taste the meal, we should spend a moment with the most important ingredient on Livia's shelf, the one that appeared in almost every cooked dish, that underpinned the flavor of Roman food in the way that nothing else did, that was so fundamental to Roman cooking that a kitchen without it was barely a kitchen at all. Garum, fish sauce. The word is not glamorous, and the manufacturing process was decidedly not glamorous. Small fish packed in large clay vessels with salt and left to ferment in the sun for weeks or months. The liquid that slowly separated from the fermented mass being drawn off and collected and sold in amphorae that traveled all over the Roman world. The smell of a garum factory, and there were many located in coastal towns throughout the empire, was, by all accounts, spectacular in the most challenging possible sense. Roman writers who lived near garum factories complained vigorously about the smell. Emperor Marcus Aurelius's predecessor, Hadrian, reportedly banned garum production from within the walls of certain cities because of the odor. And yet the result, the clear amber-brown liquid drawn from those fragrant vessels, was something extraordinary. Added in small quantities to almost any cooked dish, it did not taste like fish. It tasted like depth, like the invisible foundation that makes flavors more fully themselves. Modern cooks who have encountered Southeast Asian fish sauce, or who have added a small amount of Worcestershire sauce to a stew, have some sense of what garum contributed to Roman food, that ineffable quality of savory richness that the Japanese call umami, and that no amount of salt alone can quite replicate. Livia used garum the way any competent Roman cook used it, with the instinctive, experienced hand of someone who knew exactly how much was enough and exactly when in the cooking process to add it. Too early, and it could make things overly salty as the liquid reduced. Too late, and its contribution would be raw and unintegrated. The right moment was the moment of experience, not the moment of calculation. She added a careful measure to the lentil pot, swirled it once, tasted, standing at the brazier with a small wooden spoon, tasting with the same focused attention she brought to any task she cared about, and nodded slightly to herself. Good. In the main room, Gaius had been dispatched to set the table. This was his established evening task, old enough to do it reliably, young enough that it still counted as a contribution rather than a chore he had outgrown. The table was low, a flat wooden surface on 4 legs, not high enough to sit at in chairs the way we might today, but the right height for the Roman way of dining. Romans of the middle and upper classes often reclined to eat, lying on their sides on cushioned couches arranged around the table, propping themselves on one elbow and using the other hand to eat. This reclining posture was associated with the formal, social aspects of dining, the dinner party, the Cena of occasion. For a family evening meal in a modest apartment, the arrangement was somewhat less formal. They might sit on low stools or on floor cushions around the table, or some combination. The children would sit rather than recline. Marcus himself might recline on a cushion against the wall on more relaxed evenings, or simply sit. The formality of the posture was negotiated by the informality of the occasion. Gaius laid out the ceramic dishes, flat plates and shallow bowls of red-painted pottery, the kind of everyday ware called terra sigillata that was produced in factories throughout the empire and sold cheaply enough for ordinary households to use without great concern about breakage. The surface was smooth and slightly glossy, with simple molded decorations around the rim, geometric patterns, small leaf shapes, occasionally a tiny figure of an animal or a god. Cups for the wine, shallow and wide-mouthed, a ceramic jug of water, a small amphora of table wine. Not the expensive wine of formal occasions, but a decent everyday wine, probably local, probably produced in the hills outside Rome or in the wine-growing regions to the south. A small mixing bowl in which the wine and water would be combined. Gaius laid everything with the slight, unnecessary precision of a child who wants to demonstrate that the job is being done properly. The plates arranged at equal distances, the cups exactly aligned. Tullia watched this from her corner with her doll, offering unsolicited commentary on the placement of things that Gaius received with the strained patience of an older sibling. Marcus watched all of this from the doorway and did not intervene. It was working itself out. These small domestic frictions always did. When everything was ready, the family settled. The first course, The gustaccio, the appetizer, was already on the table, the olives glistening in the lamplight, the cheese cut into pieces, the dried figs, the spring onions, a small dish of olive oil for dipping bread. These things required no cooking and no ceremony. They were simply there, waiting, an immediate and generous first gesture of the meal. The bread was passed. Everyone tore a piece. The bread had its second life now, warmed near the brazier, its crust re-crisped, its interior still soft and yielding, better in some ways than it had been fresh that morning, carrying now the slight added flavor of having been kept through a full day and brought back to warmth. The olive oil was passed. Everyone dipped. The meal had begun. There is something about the beginning of a family meal that has a quality of relief to it. The day is done. The work is finished. The obligations and attentions that the day demanded have been met, and what remains now is simply this: food, and the people you love, and the table between you. Marcus felt this relief without consciously naming it. He reached for an olive. He looked at his children. He looked at Livia across the table. The gustaccio was eaten without hurry and with genuine pleasure. The olives were good, the neighbor's gift, preserved in brine with a little fennel, their flesh firm and slightly salty, and exactly right. The cheese was harder than the soft morning cheese, aged and pleasantly sharp. The figs were very sweet, their concentrated sugar sitting richly against the savory background of the olives and cheese. The wine was poured. Marcus mixed his with a good measure of water, perhaps 3 parts water to 2 parts wine, and drank. The wine was light and slightly tart, not particularly distinguished, but cold from the clay jug and genuinely refreshing after a long day. He set his cup down and reached for another piece of bread. Livia brought the lentils from the kitchen in the olla, setting the pot on a trivet in the center of the table. The smell that rose from the pot when the lid was lifted was extraordinary in the modest, everyday way that really good, simple food is extraordinary. The long, slow cooking had done exactly what it was supposed to do, broken down the lentils from their hard, separate state into something unified and creamy. The garlic and onion fully dissolved into the background, the garum invisible but present everywhere, the olive oil forming a glossy surface that broke and reformed as the spoon moved through. She also brought the patina, the egg and leek dish, cooked quickly while the family had been eating the gustaccio, now set in its pan on the table with a slight savory crust on the top where the eggs had cooked against the hot pan surface. These were the main dishes, simple, deeply satisfying. The lentils were ladled into bowls, the patina was cut and served in portions, more bread, more olive oil, the wine jug passed again. The Romans ate with spoons and fingers, and occasionally with a small knife for cutting, but not with forks. The fork as a dining implement was not in common use in the ancient world, and the combination of spoon and fingers was entirely adequate for the kinds of food that Roman family cooking typically produced. The lentils were eaten with a spoon. The egg dish was eaten with the fingers, broken into pieces and eaten in bites, with bread to accompany it. The bread itself was an instrument as much as a food, used to scoop, to mop, to push things together, to carry flavors to the mouth. Gaius ate with the focused energy of a 9-year-old who has been hungry since mid-afternoon and is only now permitted to address that hunger seriously. He ate quickly, was reminded by his mother to slow down, slowed down briefly, and gradually accelerated again. This pattern repeated itself twice. Tullia ate with great deliberation, examining each thing before committing to it, setting her spoon down between bites. occasionally announcing her opinions about the food with the grave authority of a small person who expects their culinary observations to be taken seriously. Marcus and Livia ate and talked, not about anything in particular, not about anything important, about the day, about the children, about small things. The conversation was easy, unhurried, punctuated by the sounds of the family eating, by the children's voices, by the distant sounds of the city outside. When the main dishes were cleared, Livia brought what the Romans called the secunda mensa, the second table, the dessert course. It was simple. Fresh fruit first, whatever was in season. In a warm month, this might be figs from the tree that grew in the courtyard of the building, or peaches brought from the market that morning, or grapes in great clusters, their skins tight with juice. In cooler months, stored apples and pears, slightly wrinkled from their months in the cool storeroom, but still sweet and honest. With the fruit, a small dish of honey, dark and aromatic, the best quality Livia had been able to find at the market. Romans loved honey deeply and used it constantly in cooking, in drinks, in medicine, as a preservative, as an offering to the gods. The honey was for drizzling over the fruit, or for dipping bread into, or simply for tasting from the spoon in a small act of uncomplicated pleasure, and perhaps, on a good week, a honey cake. A flat round of baked spelt flour, sweetened with honey and flavored with a little cumin or fennel seed, simpler than the elaborate pastries we might associate with dessert, but genuinely delicious in its straightforward sweetness, with a slight savory edge from the spice that kept it from being cloying. The children ate their fruit and their honey with undisguised pleasure. Gaius drizzled an excessive amount of honey on his apple and was not stopped, because some small excesses are worth allowing. Tullia ate her figs with the same deliberate attention she had brought to the main course, considering each one before eating it as though making a small and important decision. The wine cups were refilled. The table was, in the best possible way, a mess, the friendly lived-in mess of a family that has eaten well together. Breadcrumbs, olive stones in a small dish, a smear of honey on the table surface, the empty lentil pot, the patina pan with its pleasant residue of egg and oil. This mess was, in its way, a record of the evening, a physical account of the meal. When the food was finished, they did not immediately leave the table. This is one of the things about Roman family dining that feels most recognizable and most human. The lingering, the reluctance to end the hour that had been the best hour of the day. The way a table with the remains of a good meal on it, surrounded by people you care about, in the warm light of oil lamps, at the end of a satisfying day, becomes a place you are in no hurry to leave. The children stayed up later than they should have, as children always manage to do when the atmosphere at the table is warm and the adults are not paying strict attention to the time. Gaius told a long and somewhat confused story about something that had happened at school, involving a classmate and a wax tablet and a misunderstanding that had apparently been hilarious at the time, though the humor was somewhat lost in the retelling. Marcus listened with genuine interest and laughed at the right moment. Tullia fell asleep sitting up, her head gradually descending toward the table, in the slow, inexorable way of a very tired 6-year-old who is trying not to admit that she is very tired. Livia caught her before she quite reached the table surface and carried her, already deeply asleep, to her bed with the practiced ease of a mother who had done this many times. Gaius, recognizing that his sister's departure meant his own was imminent, attempted a negotiation for more time. The negotiation was not entirely unsuccessful. He won perhaps an additional 15 minutes, during which Marcus showed him something on the accounts tablet, explaining how the numbers work. letting the boy try to add a column himself with a stylus. An impromptu lesson, an ordinary, unscheduled, entirely natural transmission of knowledge from a father to a son. Then Gaius went to bed too, and Marcus and Livia were alone at the table. The apartment was quieter now. The children's breathing, audible from the back room, was the breathing of deep sleep. The oil lamp on the table had burned lower, and its light was softer, warmer, casting the room in the particular amber intimacy of late evening. Livia poured the last of the wine. They sat together in the comfortable silence of two people who have shared enough evenings to have made a language of silence. Not the silence of things unsaid, but the silence of things that do not need saying. The particular quiet that is its own form of communication between people who know each other very well. They talked eventually, in the quiet way of the end of the day, about the week ahead, about a festival coming up that the children were looking forward to, about the new fabric that had arrived today, and what Marcus thought of it, and whether Livia thought the silk blend would find buyers among the women of their neighborhood, about small things, about the things that made up a life. Outside, Rome was quieting. The last cart had passed. The fountain continued its constant, unhurried voice at the end of the street. Somewhere above, in one of the upper apartments, a baby cried briefly and was comforted and was silent again. The lamp flickered. The room breathed. The Cena was over, and in its aftermath, in the full, warm, quietly happy aftermath of a good meal shared with people you love, at the end of an ordinary and entirely satisfying day, there was something that required no name and no analysis. Something that simply was enough, more than enough. The evening hours in a Roman household occupied a particular kind of time, not the urgent, purposeful time of the working day, not yet the complete surrender of sleep, something in between, a softer, more permissive time when the demands of commerce and school and household management had been set aside, and what remained was simply the household itself, gathered in its own warmth, free to be whatever it naturally was. Romans of Marcus's class did not have the elaborate evening social lives of the very wealthy, the formal dinner parties with multiple courses and hired entertainers and philosophical discussions that stretch late into the night, the kind of gatherings described and satirized by writers like Petronius in his Satyricon, where the freedman Trimalchio hosts a feast of almost surreal excess. Those evenings belonged to a different world, a world of wealth and social performance, and the particular anxieties of people who feel that they must constantly demonstrate their success. Marcus's evenings were quieter than that, more human in scale, more genuinely pleasurable, perhaps, for being free of the obligation to impress. The Roman evening for a working family was the time of games and stories and small occupations of the hands, the time of conversation that had nowhere in particular to go and was better for it, the time of music sometimes, heard drifting from a nearby apartment or from the street below, the time of the body at rest and the mind at play. Let us look at each of these in turn, slowly and with the attention they deserve. Marcus kept his gaming set in a wooden box under the low table. The box was old, inherited from his father, who had received it from his own father before him, and its wood had darkened and smoothed with decades of handling until it had the particular warm patina of things that have been genuinely used and genuinely loved. Inside the box were two things. First, a wooden board, flat and smooth, divided by carved lines into a grid of perhaps 12 columns and 8 rows. The lines were shallow grooves in the wood, worn slightly deeper by years of fingertips tracing them as players considered their moves. Second, a collection of playing pieces, smooth discs of polished stone, some white and some black, each one about the size of a large coin worn to a pleasant roundness by long use. There were 30 of them, 15 white and 15 black, each one different enough from the others that you could, if you looked carefully, identify individual pieces from their particular shape and wear. This was the Latruncoli set. Latruncoli, the game of soldiers, was one of the most popular board games in the Roman world. It was a strategy game played on the grid board in which each player moved their pieces according to rules of capture and positioning that required genuine thought and planning. The Roman writer Ovid mentioned it. The poet Martial wrote about it. It appears in enough Roman texts that we know it was widely played across different classes and ages. The basic principle was the capture of enemy pieces by surrounding them, trapping a piece between two of your own so that it could not escape. But the strategy was more complex than this simple description suggests. Pieces could be moved in combinations. Certain formations protected pieces from capture. Long-range threats could be set up several moves in advance. A player who thought only about the immediate position without considering the developing patterns several moves ahead would be outmaneuvered by a patient and foresighted opponent. Marcus was a patient and foresighted opponent. He had learned the game from his father as a young child and had played it on and off for most of his life. He was good at it. Not because he possessed any unusual natural talent for strategy, but because he had played enough games to have developed an intuitive feel for the board, a sense of how positions developed and where danger lurked before it became obvious. Tonight, his opponent was Gaius. The boy had been learning the game for about a year. He was at the stage where he had grasped the basic rules and was beginning to develop some sense of strategy, but still made the characteristic errors of a young player, moving too quickly, reacting to immediate threats without considering the larger picture, occasionally becoming so focused on attacking that he left his own pieces dangerously exposed. Marcus played him seriously, not brutally, not crushing every position the moment it could be crushed, leaving the boy no chance to learn through the experience of near success, but genuinely, without obvious concession. He believed, and he had been taught to believe by his own father, that the greatest respect you could show a child learning something was to take their efforts seriously, to let them play against a real opponent and experience real consequences. A game won easily against a deliberately weakened opponent was worth nothing. A game lost narrowly after a genuine struggle, after moments when victory seemed possible, was worth everything. Gaius studied the board with a furrowed concentration that Marcus recognized as his own expression, seen in his son's face, and found quietly remarkable. The boy's hand hovered over a piece. He moved it. He looked up at his father. Marcus considered the board. He saw 3 possible responses, assessed them, chose the most interesting rather than the most immediately devastating. He moved. Gaius frowned at the new position. Tullia, who had been watching from her cushion with the doll abandoned beside her, offered an unsolicited strategic suggestion to her brother that was surprisingly sound. Both Marcus and Gaius looked at her. She met their looks with complete equanimity. The game continued. The lamp burned. The board evolved through its slow, thoughtful progressions. While Marcus and Gaius played their Latruncoli, Tullia had retrieved her own gaming equipment from a small clay pot kept on a shelf. Knucklebones. The game of knucklebones was perhaps the oldest and most universal of all Roman games, played by children and adults, by men and women, by rich and poor, across centuries and cultures. The playing pieces were small bones from the ankles of sheep or goats. The astragalus, a small irregular bone with 4 distinct sides, each of which had a different value when the bone landed on it. You threw a set of them, usually 5, into the air and caught them on the back of your hand, or threw them and scored points based on how they landed, or played any of the dozen variations that different players in different regions had developed over the centuries. In later times, knucklebones were also made of bronze, ivory, glass, and terracotta, small manufactured objects shaped to match the proportions of the natural bone, decorated sometimes with engravings or painted marks. Some of these survive in museums today, and they have a particular charm about them: small, well-worn, obviously beloved objects that have passed through many hands across the centuries. Tulia played a solo version of knucklebones, tossing them up, catching them, counting the score with the internal arithmetic of a child who is perfectly content in her own company. She was good at it. She had the natural dexterity of a 6-year-old whose hands were still learning what they could do, and found each new capability genuinely exciting. She played quietly, the small bones making a soft clicking sound against each other and against the floor, entirely absorbed. Every so often she made a small sound of satisfaction when a throw went particularly well. This, a child playing a simple game quietly in the corner of a lamplit room while the adults are occupied nearby, is one of the most timeless images in human experience. You could place this scene in almost any culture, almost any century, and it would be immediately recognizable. The child with their game, the adults with theirs. The warm light, the quiet evening sounds. At some point in the evening, music came from somewhere outside. This was not unusual. Music was a constant background presence in Roman urban life, heard from the street as often as from inside. Street musicians were common throughout the city, people who played for coins, who moved from corner to corner and neighborhood to neighborhood, offering their music to whoever happened to be passing. The instruments of Roman music were various and interesting. The tibia, a double pipe, 2 tubes of bone or wood or reed, played simultaneously, producing a reedy, slightly nasal sound with considerable carrying power. This was the most common instrument of everyday Roman life, heard at festivals, at funerals, at theatrical performances, on street corners. The cithara, a large, sophisticated version of the lyre, with a wooden soundboard and several strings plucked with a plectrum, capable of considerable musical subtlety and associated with the highest levels of musical performance. The tuba, not our modern brass instrument, but a long, straight bronze horn, its sound bright and cutting, primarily associated with military contexts and with the ceremonial aspects of public life, and smaller, more intimate instruments as well. The small hand drum called the tympanum, finger cymbals, the crotala, whose light, bright clash punctuated rhythmic music the way percussion does in all musical traditions. The sistrum, a rattle of metal discs on a metal frame, associated particularly with the cult of the Egyptian goddess Isis, whose worship had spread throughout the empire and who had many devotees in Rome. The music that came through Marcus's window tonight was from a tibia player, somewhere on the street below, a slow, meandering melody, not complex, not virtuosic, simply a pleasant, winding thread of sound in the evening air. The kind of music that does not demand attention but rewards it when given. The kind that can be present at the edge of consciousness, accompanying other activities without displacing them. Marcus heard it without thinking about it, and then, in a moment between moves on the latrunculi board, became aware that he was hearing it and listened properly for a few moments. The melody was one he recognized vaguely, not as a specific named piece, but as belonging to a type of music he had heard all his life in various versions and variations. Roman music was largely an oral tradition. Compositions were not written down in any systematic way. Music was learned by ear and transmitted by ear, varying and evolving as it passed from player to player, so that what reached Marcus's window tonight was the living version of something that had been played in some form for generations. He listened for a moment, then turned back to the board. Livia, in the kitchen clearing the last of the evening's dishes, heard the music too, and hummed a phrase of it quietly under her breath, without interrupting her work. When the La Tranquille game had reached its conclusion, Marcus won, narrowly, which was the outcome that best served both his own enjoyment and Gaius's development as a player, and the pieces had been put back in the wooden box and the box stowed under the table, and Tulia had been persuaded to set aside her knuckle bones for the evening. There came the moment that both children had been angling toward with the patient. Indirect strategy of children who know that what they want must be arrived at by indirection. They wanted a story. Storytelling was one of the oldest and most important forms of evening entertainment in the Roman world, as in every human world before the age of recorded media. Stories were told at dinner parties by professional storytellers hired for the occasion. Stories were read aloud from scrolls by educated hosts to their guests. Stories were told by grandparents to grandchildren, by fathers to sons, by mothers to daughters, in apartments and courtyards and around fires throughout the empire. The stories that Romans told covered a vast range. There were the great mythological narratives, the stories of the gods and heroes that every educated Roman knew from childhood. Jupiter and his endless complicated relationships with mortals, Hercules and his 12 labors, Aeneas and his voyage from the ruins of Troy to the shores of Italy, where he would become the founding ancestor of the Roman people. These stories were taught in schools, depicted on the walls of temples and wealthy homes, referenced constantly in literature and conversation. They were the shared, imaginative vocabulary of Roman civilization. There were also ghost stories. The Romans were genuinely interested in ghosts. They believed with varying degrees of literal conviction that the spirits of the dead could return to trouble the living, particularly if they had died violently or been improperly buried. The writer Pliny the Younger recorded in one of his famous letters a ghost story about a haunted house in Athens whose previous occupants had been driven out by a rattling, chain-dragging specter that turned out to be the restless spirit of a murdered man whose body had never been properly buried. These stories were told seriously as accounts of real events and received with a mixture of fascination and the particular pleasurable unease that a good ghost story produces. Tonight's story was not a ghost story. The children were at the age where ghost stories were still slightly too effective. Gaius would not admit to being frightened, but would invariably find reasons to delay going to bed after 1, and Tulia was simply too young for anything that might disturb her sleep. Tonight Marcus told a story about Hercules, specifically the labor in which Hercules cleaned the Augean stables, a task set by the king Eurystheus, who had assigned Hercules 12 impossible labors as a kind of punishment through impossible demand. The Augean stables had not been cleaned in 30 years. They housed 3,000 cattle and the accumulated waste of 3 decades of cattle keeping. The smell, as every Roman child knew from this story, was extraordinary. Hercules had solved the problem, as Hercules always solved problems, with a combination of physical strength and lateral thinking, diverting the courses of 2 rivers to flow through the stables, washing them clean in a single day. The children received this story with the particular pleasure of children hearing something they have heard before and love. The details they already knew: Eurystheus's smug confidence that the task was impossible, Hercules's methodical assessment of the problem, the rivers flowing. The stables, transformed, were points of pleasure rather than disappointment. They were the pleasure of recognition of a familiar story following its familiar path to its satisfying conclusion. Gaius wanted to know for the third or fourth time how Hercules had actually redirected the rivers, what he had done physically, what the engineering had involved. Marcus, who had thought about this more carefully than might have been strictly necessary, offered a satisfying account of earthworks and temporary dams and the physics of water seeking lower ground. Gaius listened with the focused attention of a boy who is drawn to the practical and the mechanical. Tullia fell asleep during the part where the rivers were flowing. She simply closed her eyes and was gone, her head listing gently to one side. Her expression in sleep, the perfectly peaceful expression of a small child who has no worries that the night cannot hold safely at bay. After the children were in bed, Marcus did something that he did perhaps 2 or 3 evenings a week, when he had the energy and the inclination and sufficient lamp oil to justify it. He read. He kept a small collection of scrolls in a wooden case, a capsa, a cylindrical container designed specifically for scroll storage, near the wall of the main room. His collection was modest. He was not a scholar or a man of letters. He was a cloth merchant who had received a decent basic education and had maintained, throughout his working life, a quiet and genuine interest in the written word. The scrolls he owned were a practical and personal selection. There was a copy of some of the agricultural writings of Columella, practical, detailed writing about farming and land management that Marcus found oddly soothing to read, even though he had no farm, perhaps because the voice was clear and knowledgeable and the subject was deeply rooted in the physical world. There were several books of poetry. Horace, whose short, precise poems had the quality of perfectly made small objects, containing more in 20 lines than most writers managed in 20 pages. And there was a copy, somewhat worn at the edges, of some of Cicero's letters, not the formal public speeches, but the private correspondence, in which the great orator wrote to his friend Atticus with the candid, affectionate, sometimes anxious voice of a man between his public role and his private self. Marcus had read all of these multiple times. That was not the point. The point was the reading itself, the particular quality of engagement that reading produced, the way it occupied just enough of the mind to quiet the day's residual noise without demanding more than was pleasantly given. He unrolled a portion of the Horace, finding his place by memory more than by any mark in the papyrus. He read by the light of the lamp, the scroll held in both hands at a comfortable distance, his lips moving slightly as they sometimes did when he read, a remnant of learning to read aloud as a child, not entirely suppressed even now. The Latin of Horace was precise and beautiful, each word chosen with a care that produced lines that scanned perfectly and meant more than their surface said. Marcus did not analyze this consciously. He simply felt it, the slight pleasure of a sentence that arrived exactly right, the way a well-made thing always produces a small, specific satisfaction. He read for perhaps half an hour, then rolled the scroll carefully, replaced it in the capsa, and sat for a few moments in the quiet of the lamp-lit room. While Marcus read, Libya spun. She sat on a low stool with her distaff, a long stick with a bundle of carded wool wound around one end, held in her left hand or tucked under her left arm, while her right hand drew the wool out in a thin, continuous thread and twisted it onto the spindle that hung and rotated below, its weight providing the tension that turned the drawn fiber into yarn. This was not something she did because she had to. Marcus's business provided the household with cloth of whatever quality was needed. She spun because she wanted to, because the occupation of her hands in this familiar, rhythmic, entirely physical task produced a particular quality of mental rest that she valued. The mind, while the hand spun, was free in a way it was not free while doing work that required thinking. It drifted, it settled, it became quiet in the pleasant way of a surface of water that stops being disturbed. The sound of spinning was a very small sound, the slight whisper of fiber being drawn, the soft rotation of the spindle. Nothing more. It was the sound of a woman at rest who was also at work, and the two things were not in contradiction. She spun and thought about nothing in particular. About the wedding fabric Marcus had sold that afternoon. She had noticed it missing from the shelf when she had gone briefly into the shop to retrieve something, and had asked Marcus about it at dinner, about the quality of the linen in the new delivery, about the upcoming festival and what food she would prepare. About nothing, really, just the spinning, just the wool becoming thread, the thread accumulating on the spindle, the evening passing in its quiet and irreplaceable way. This is what the Roman evening was for a family like Marcus's. Not dramatic, not elaborate, games and stories and music drifting through the window, and a scroll read in lamplight, and hands occupied with familiar work, and two people sitting in the same room in companionable quiet. The simplest possible pleasures, and in their simplicity, complete. The first thing to understand about Roman religion is that it was not a separate compartment of life. It was not something that happened on specific days in specific buildings between specific hours, and then was set aside while ordinary life resumed. It was not a weekly obligation or an annual observance or a private matter kept carefully apart from commerce and cooking and the business of the street. Roman religion was everywhere. It was woven into the fabric of every day, present in the smallest and most ordinary moments of life, as natural and as constant as the air that moved through the streets or the water that ran in the fountains. It did not announce itself. It did not demand dramatic acknowledgement. It was simply there, always in the background, and sometimes in the foreground, as the invisible dimension of a world that Romans understood to be inhabited by far more than human beings. This is a way of being in the world that is difficult to fully inhabit from the outside, difficult to truly feel rather than merely understand intellectually. We live in a world that has, for the most part, sorted the visible from the invisible into separate categories, science on one side, faith on the other, the everyday on one side, the sacred on the other. These categories were not Roman categories. In Rome, the everyday was sacred. The sacred was everyday, and this was not a source of confusion or contradiction. It was simply how the world was. Let us walk through this invisible world with Marcus, slowly, with attention. We have already met the Lares briefly, those small dancing figures on the household shrine who received Marcus's morning prayers and his small morning offerings. But let us spend more time with them now because they deserve it, because they are in some ways the most intimately human expression of Roman religious feeling. The word lares is plural, and it refers to a category of divine beings, spirits, essentially, who were associated with specific places and specific groups of people. The lares familiares were the lares of the family. Not abstract universal deities, but spirits specifically attached to this family, this household, this particular collection of people living together under this particular roof. They had been with the family as long as the family had existed. They moved when the family moved. They were, in the most literal sense, the spiritual companions of the household. The standard image of a lar, the figure depicted on the household shrine, and in the small terracotta and bronze figurines that archaeologists have found throughout the Roman world, was a young man in a short tunic, usually shown in a dancing or running pose, holding a drinking horn from which wine poured, and a flat dish, the patira, used for making offerings. The pose was always energetic, always upward, always slightly in motion, as if the lar was perpetually in the act of celebrating, perpetually delighted with the family he protected. This image is worth sitting with. The divine guardians of the Roman household were not solemn, not stern, not demanding. They were dancers, they were celebrants, they were depicted in joy. The household shrine, the lararium, where these figures lived, was treated with real care and real feeling. In the houses of Pompeii, where excavation has revealed lararia in various states of preservation, we can see how these shrines looked. Some were simple niches in the wall, painted with the figures of the lares. Others were more elaborate, small architectural structures built into the wall, like a miniature temple facade with columns and a triangular pediment, the whole thing painted in bright colors. Some had painted snakes on the wall below them. The guardian snake, a symbol of the protective spirit of the place, shone approaching the offerings painted below the shrine. The offerings on the lararium were changed regularly, fresh flowers when available, a small piece of the family's food on festival days, a drop of wine, carefully poured, on important occasions, a family member's birthday, a wedding anniversary, a safe return from a journey. The offerings were more substantial, a garland of flowers, a special cake, a small figurine added to the shrine as a permanent gift. This was not superstition in the dismissive sense of that word. It was relationship. The Romans maintained a relationship with their household gods the way they maintained relationships with their neighbors and their business partners, through regular contact, through consistent small gestures of attention and good faith, through the acknowledgement of mutual obligation. The family honored the lares. The lares protected the family. This was a covenant as real, in the Roman understanding, as any contract witnessed by a notary in the forum. When Marcus stood before his lararium each morning and offered his brief prayer and his small gift, he was not performing a ritual whose meaning had been hollowed out by repetition. He was renewing a relationship. He was saying once more, "We are here. We are grateful. We ask for your continued presence and protection." And something in that quiet, daily act, regardless of what one believes about the actual existence of household gods, was genuinely sustaining. The act of gratitude, offered regularly and sincerely, does something to the person who offers it. It orients them. It reminds them of what they have and what they value. It connects the beginning of each day to something that feels larger than the day itself. Among the great gods of the Roman pantheon, the one whose presence Marcus would have felt most acutely in his daily working life was Mercury. Mercurius in Latin, and the connection to the word mercator, merchant, and to mercs, goods or merchandise, is not accidental. Mercury was the god of commerce, of trade, of financial gain, of the roads and the travelers upon them. He was the divine patron of everyone whose livelihood depended on the movement of goods and money from one place to another. He was also, and this is part of what made him such a richly interesting deity, the messenger of the gods, the divine go-between who carried communications between the immortal world and the mortal one. He was the god of eloquence and quick thinking, of the silver tongue that could negotiate a favorable price or argue a difficult case. He was the god of boundaries and their crossing, of thresholds, of doorways, of the spaces between here and there. And in his most mysterious aspect, he was the psychopomp, the guide of souls, the one who led the dead from the world of the living to the world of the dead, traveling with them through the transition that all must eventually make. the image of Mercury was immediately recognizable throughout the Roman world. A young man, always young, always in motion, wearing a broad-brimmed traveler's hat called a petasis, which in divine depictions sprouted small wings, winged sandals on his feet, so that his movement between worlds was effortless and rapid. In his hand, the caduceus, a staff entwined with two serpents facing each other, their heads meeting at the top. This symbol, in a modified form, is still used today in certain medical and commercial contexts, a direct inheritance from Roman iconography. Small bronze figurines of Mercury were extremely common in Roman shops and commercial establishments. They have been found throughout the Roman world, in Britain, in Gaul, in Germany, in North Africa, in the Near East, evidence of the enormous reach of Roman trade and of the equally enormous importance of Mercury to the people who conducted it. A merchant who kept a Mercury figurine in his shop was placing his business under the protection of the deity who governed all commercial activity, asking for the quick thinking, the favorable outcomes, and the smooth transactions that Mercury could provide. Marcus had such a figurine. It stood on a small shelf at the back of his shop behind the counter, not prominently displayed, not performing religiosity for his customers, but present, as it had been present since he first set up his shop, a quiet and private acknowledgment of the divine dimension of his working life. He did not pray to it formally every day, but there were moments, before a significant transaction, before leaving for the forum to conduct important business, before a new shipment arrived whose quality he was uncertain about, when he would glance at the small bronze figure and offer in the most interior and private part of his mind a brief and wordless request for good fortune. This is not so different from the small private rituals that people carry into important moments of their lives today. The touching of a particular object before a difficult conversation, the quiet moment of centered breath before a presentation, the mental invocation of someone or something that represents good fortune and good outcome. The form changes. The human need that gives rise to the form does not. If Mercury was the god of Marcus's working competence, the patron of skill and eloquence and commercial acumen, then Fortuna was the god of everything that lay beyond competence. She was the goddess of luck, of fortune, good and bad, of the turning wheel that raised people up and brought them down without reference to their merit or their effort or their careful planning. She was perhaps the most honestly acknowledged of all the Roman deities, because she represented something that Romans, like all people, experienced directly and constantly, the fundamental unpredictability of life. The Romans depicted Fortuna holding two objects. In one hand, a cornucopia, the horn of plenty, overflowing with fruit and grain and all the good things that fortune could pour out on a fortunate life. In the other hand, a ship's rudder, or a wheel, the means of steering, or the great turning wheel of fate that raised the humble and brought down the mighty with equal impartiality. Some depictions showed her standing on a sphere or a wheel, emphasizing the instability of her position, the way fortune could roll in any direction without warning. Others showed her blindfolded, the famous blind Fortune, who distributed her gifts and her calamities without seeing who received them, without regard for justice or desert. This image, Fortuna blindfolded and turning her wheel, was not intended as a counsel of despair. It was intended as a counsel of honesty. The Romans were pragmatic people, and they had the pragmatist's clear-eyed acknowledgement that good planning and hard work and skill and virtue were all necessary but not sufficient for success, that the wheel turned regardless, that a merchant who understood this would work hard and plan carefully and maintain his relationships and manage his accounts with precision, and would also maintain a certain equanimity about outcomes, because outcomes were never entirely within human control. Marcus had experienced this equanimity in his own life. Years ago, a shipment he had been counting on, a large delivery of Syrian wool that would have stocked his shelves for months, and whose arrival he had already partly promised to a customer, had been lost at sea. That the ship had encountered a storm in the narrow waters near the coast of Sardinia and gone down. The goods were gone. The money he had paid for them was gone. There was no recourse, no insurance, no recovery. It had been a serious blow, one of the worst moments of his business life. He had sat with it for a few days, the shock, the financial calculation of the damage, the anxiety about whether he could absorb the loss without serious consequence. And then he had gotten up and gone back to the forum and found another supplier and made other arrangements, not because he was indifferent to the loss, but because he understood, in the way that Roman religious culture had given him the framework to understand it, that fortune had turned her wheel, and the response was neither collapse nor denial, but simply continued effort. You honored Fortuna not by believing she would always favor you, but by maintaining the equanimity to continue regardless of which way she turned. Beyond the household and the shop, the city itself was saturated with sacred presence. Walking through Rome on any ordinary day, a person moved through a continuous landscape of religious significance. The street corner shrine, the Compitum, where a small carved or painted image of the Lares Compitales, the gods of the crossroads, received offerings from the neighborhood. The temple on the next street, its columns rising above the surrounding buildings, its painted facade visible from blocks away, its precinct a public space where people walked and sat and conducted business in the shadow of the divine. There were temples to almost every deity in the Roman pantheon, and the pantheon was vast. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter best and greatest, whose great temple on the Capitoline Hill was the most important in the entire Roman religious world. The place where the highest state rituals were conducted, where generals offered thanks for their victories, where the most solemn oaths were sworn. Juno, his wife, who in her aspect as Juno Moneta, the warner, had given her name to the Roman mint that occupied part of her sacred precinct, and through the mint had eventually given us the word money. Minerva, goddess of wisdom and craft, patron of artisans and merchants and doctors and teachers, a goddess whose domain touched Marcus's work in ways that felt personal and specific. Isis, the Egyptian goddess whose cult had spread throughout the empire and who had passionate devotees in Rome from all classes and backgrounds, her temples incense-filled and mysterious, her worship offering an emotional depth and personal relationship with the divine that the older Roman state religion sometimes lacked. Mithras, whose cult was particularly popular among soldiers, celebrated in underground temples called Mithraea in rituals that were kept deliberately secret from outsiders. Cybele, the Great Mother from Asia Minor, whose worship involved ecstatic rites, and whose priests were famously devoted to her in the most total possible way. Bacchus, god of wine and liberation and the loosening of boundaries, whose festivals could become genuinely wild enough that the Roman Senate had at one point in the Republic tried to ban them, with limited success. This was the divine world that Marcus inhabited. Not a single god, not a simple theology, but a vast, complex, sometimes contradictory multiplicity of divine presences, each with their own character and domain and appropriate form of worship, all coexisting in the same city, the same culture, the same religious imagination. The Roman approach to all of this multiplicity was broadly tolerant and broadly pragmatic. The gods of conquered peoples were not dismissed or suppressed, they were incorporated. Rome looked at the gods of Greece and recognized them as versions of Roman gods. Jupiter was Zeus, Mars was Ares, Mercury was Hermes, and absorbed the Greek religious tradition into the Roman one. It looked at the gods of Egypt and acknowledged them. It looked at the gods of the East and made space for them. The primary religious obligation of a Roman was simply to maintain right relationship with the divine, to perform the appropriate rituals, to make the appropriate offerings, to observe the appropriate festivals, to avoid the impiety of neglect or disrespect. The content of personal belief was far less regulated than the form of public practice. What you privately believed about the gods was largely your own business. What mattered to the community was that you participated in the shared religious life of the community, that you honored the gods whose protection the city collectively depended on. The invisible world communicated with the visible one, and Romans paid close attention to the messages. Dreams were among the most important of these communications. The Romans, like many ancient peoples, believed that the sleeping mind was more open to divine influence than the waking one, that the boundary between the mortal and immortal worlds was more permeable in sleep, and that gods, spirits, and the souls of the dead could use the medium of dreams to send messages to the living. There was a careful and sophisticated Roman understanding of which dreams should be taken seriously and which should not. Dreams that occurred in the early hours before dawn, those threshold hours we visited at the beginning of our time with Marcus, were considered more significant than dreams earlier in the night. Dreams that were clear and vivid and felt different from ordinary dreams were more likely to be genuine divine communications than confused or fragmentary ones. Dreams about public affairs that seemed to foretell the future were a different category from dreams about personal matters. Professional dream interpreters, the Wenira critics, could be consulted in Rome and throughout the empire, and there was a substantial literature on the subject. The surviving work of Artemidorus of Daldis, written in the 2nd century AD, is an extraordinary document, a careful, systematic attempt to catalog the meanings of dream imagery and provide guidance for interpretation. It reads like the work of a serious scholar, not a charlatan, and it gives us genuine insight into how the educated Roman mind approached the question of what dreams meant and why they mattered. Beyond dreams, there were omens. The flight of birds, particularly the eagle, Jupiter's bird, and the augural birds whose behavior had been read by Roman priests called augurs since the earliest days of the Republic. The behavior of the sacred chickens kept at the Capitol, whose appetite before a military engagement was believed to indicate divine favor or disfavor. Unusual natural events, an eclipse, a lightning strike in a populated area, the birth of an animal with unusual markings, a swarm of bees settling unexpectedly on a public building. All of these things were noted, recorded, interpreted. The Roman state had an official college of augurs, prestigious priests who were responsible for reading the signs and advising on whether important undertakings had divine approval. Public business of sufficient importance was simply not conducted without this consultation. A general going to war sought augural approval. A magistrate taking office observed the appropriate religious rituals. A colony being founded in a new territory required the proper religious ceremonies. For Marcus, the augural apparatus of the Roman state was part of the background of his world, present, respected, occasionally relevant to his business when major political events affected trade. But more immediately personal was the constant low-level attention to omens in everyday life. The stumbling of the foot on a threshold, unlucky. Sneezing to the left, unlucky. Encountering a person with one eye while going out for an important purpose, very unlucky. The sound of a woodpecker, significant. The behavior of flames in the home fire or the lamp, meaningful. Modern people sometimes read these beliefs as pure superstition, as the random anxiety of people who lacked scientific understanding and so filled the universe with meaningful signs as a way of managing their fear of uncertainty. But this reading is too dismissive. The Roman attention to omens was, at its best, a form of mindfulness, a habit of careful attention to the world, a practice of noticing rather than moving through life on autopilot. The world was alive with significance. The attentive person could read it. This belief, whatever its ultimate truth value, produced people who looked carefully at their surroundings, who were present to their experience, who did not take the ordinary for granted. It is late now. The lamp is burning low. The city outside is quiet. Marcus stood before the Lararium one final time that day. This was his evening prayer, brief, private, a mirror image of the morning one. The morning prayer had been a beginning, an opening of the day, a request for guidance and protection in the hours ahead. The evening prayer was a closing, a gratitude, an acknowledgement of the day completed. He stood in the near darkness of the room, with only the very faint light of the guttering lamp reaching the small figures on the shrine. The lares, those perpetually dancing young men, looked back at him from their dancing poses with whatever expression terracotta and bronze could manage, which was, in the dimness, something surprisingly personal, something that felt, to Marcus, simply like presence, like company. He gave thanks for the day's business, which had been good, for the children, who were well, for Livia, who was steady and capable and genuinely his partner in everything that mattered, for the new fabric, for the customers, for the walk through the forum in the morning light, for the baths, for the lentils at dinner, for Gaius's concentration over the latrunculi board, Tertullia's face when she slept, for the ordinary day in its ordinary completeness. He did not ask for much in the evening prayer. The asking was for the morning, when the day ahead was unknown and assistance was needed. The evening was for gratitude, for the recognition that the day had contained more than enough, that the life he was living, ordinary and unremarkable as it was a full one. He stood there for a moment after the prayer was finished, not thinking, just standing in the lamplight before the small figures of his household gods in the apartment above his shop in the city of Rome, in the world. The lamp went out, the darkness received him, and in the darkness, quietly, the invisible world continued its ancient, constant, unhurried presence all around him. As it always had, as it always would, we have visited the Roman darkness before, in the very first section of our evening together, when we stood in Marcus's room before sunrise and felt the particular completeness of a world without electric light. But the darkness at the end of the day is a different thing from the darkness at the beginning of it. The darkness before dawn is a waiting darkness, a darkness that is already imperceptibly moving toward light. The darkness of late evening is a settled darkness, a darkness that has arrived and intends to stay. In the apartment above the shop, with the lamp extinguished and the shutters closed against the night air, the darkness was total, not frightening. Marcus and Livia had lived in this darkness every night of their adult lives together, and it was as familiar as the furniture, as known as the sound of each other's breathing, but total, complete. The kind of darkness in which the eyes, given enough time, find nothing to work with and simply rest. The Romans had a relationship with darkness that was different from our own. We live in a world where darkness is something that can be immediately and effortlessly defeated, a switch, A button, a screen, and the night is pushed back. The darkness of the Roman night was not something to be defeated. It was something to be accommodated, to be entered, to be lived within. It had weight and presence. It was a part of the world rather than merely the absence of light. There was a word in Latin, nox, for night, and it carried connotations that extended beyond the simple astronomical fact of the sun being below the horizon. Nox was the time of the gods of the underworld, the time when the boundaries between worlds were most permeable, the time when the spirits of the dead moved most freely among the living. Nox was the mother of sleep, Somnus, and of his twin brother Death, Mors, in the old mythological genealogies. Night was not merely darkness, it was a presence, a domain. And within this domain, the business of sleep, that mysterious daily surrender that every living creature makes, that strange withdrawal from consciousness that occupies a third of every human life, was understood by Romans to be something significant and worthy of attention. After the lamp went out, there were still small things to be done. Livia moved through the dark apartment with the ease of someone who knew every surface, every step, every potential obstacle by feel and memory. She checked the children. A brief pause in the doorway of the back room, listening for their breathing, reassuring herself of their presence and their safety with the particular vigilance that parents maintain even in sleep, one ear always tuned to the sound of the children in the next room. Gaius was deeply under, one arm thrown out across the mattress. His face relaxed into the perfect unconsciousness of a 9-year-old who has played and studied and argued and eaten and been too late to bed and has nothing left. Tullia was curled tightly, her knees drawn up, her doll tucked firmly against her chest in sleep, just as it had been in waking. Livia stood in the doorway for a moment, not thinking anything in particular, simply being present with the sleeping fact of her children. This is one of those moments that parents across all of time and all of culture have shared, the standing in the doorway of the sleeping children, the checking that they are there, that they are breathing, that the night has received them safely. The brief, overwhelming, entirely private wave of something that has no adequate name, not quite love, because love is too small a word for it, that comes from looking at your sleeping children in the dark. She pulled the door mostly closed and moved back to the main room. The brazier in the kitchen had been allowed to go cold. Charcoal in an enclosed space presented its own risks, and Livia was careful about this, as any sensible Roman parent was. The kitchen was dark and cool, smelling of the evening's cooking and the faint mineral smell of cooled charcoal. She checked that nothing was alight, that the oil flask was capped, that the clay pot was stable on its stand. Everything was as it should be. She moved to the bedroom. Marcus was already there, sitting on the edge of the bed in the darkness, removing his sandals. The sounds of this, the small scrape of leather against the floor, the quiet setting down of the sandals beside the bed, were among the most familiar sounds in her life. The sounds of a man coming to bed. The sounds that had ended 10,000 evenings, just like this one. The Roman bed was a simple and honest piece of furniture. The frame was wood, typically solid hardwood, jointed and pegged with the skill of a good carpenter, designed to last and to bear weight without complaint. Some beds had carved or turned legs, a small decoration that spoke of craftsmanship without excess. Others were entirely plain. Marcus's bed was somewhere between these extremes. Well made, moderately decorated at the headboard with a simple carved scroll pattern, the kind of thing that a modestly prosperous craftsman would produce for a modestly prosperous customer. Across the frame, a network of leather straps or rope provided the base on which the mattress rested. The mattress itself was a fabric sack, ticking in the old term, stuffed with materials that varied by season and by wealth. Wool was common. Straw was common and cheap, though it compressed quickly and needed regular refreshing. The better mattresses used finer wool, or even, for the wealthy, feathers, the goose feathers that made the softest and most yielding sleeping surface available in the ancient world. Marcus's mattress was wool, good quality wool, replaced periodically when it had compressed and lost its spring. Over the mattress, sheets of linen in summer, cool and smooth against the skin in the warm Roman nights. In winter, wool blankets piled as thick as needed, the heavy warmth of many layers of woven fiber creating a warmth that was entirely adequate against even the coldest Roman winter nights, which could be cold indeed, the city occasionally receiving frost and the surrounding hills, sometimes snow. The pillow was a smaller version of the mattress, a linen sack stuffed with wool or feathers positioned at the head of the bed, not as high as modern pillows tend to be. The Romans slept somewhat flatter than we typically do, their necks supported but not greatly elevated. This bed, simple, solid, warm, was where Marcus and Livia had slept together for 12 years, where their children had been born, where illness had been endured and recovered from, where the most private conversations of a marriage had been held in the darkness, in whispers, in the particular intimacy of two people lying close together in the small hours when the defenses are down and honesty comes more easily than in daylight. The bed was not merely furniture. It was the most private geography of a life. They lay together in the darkness, not yet asleep, and they talked. Not about anything important. Not about anything that would be recorded or remembered. Just the last quiet exchange of two people at the end of a shared day, reviewing the small archive of the hours just past. Livia mentioned that she had seen the neighbor's wife in the street that afternoon and been told that the neighbor's eldest son was leaving for a post in Gaul, some administrative position arranged, through a family connection. A long way away. The mother had seemed both proud and sad about it, which was entirely understandable. Marcus said that was news. He had known the boy since he was young. He hoped it would go well for him. Livia asked about the silk blend that had arrived with the afternoon delivery. Marcus had mentioned it briefly at dinner. She had seen his expression when he talked about it and recognized the expression of a merchant who has acquired something that genuinely excites him. She asked him to describe it again. He described it in the darkness, the way it held light, the particular quality of its surface, the way it draped differently from anything else he had in the shop. He said he thought Fortunata would want some of it immediately when she saw it. He said he was curious whether customers who had never handled anything like it would recognize its quality, or whether it would need some explaining. Livia said that in her experience, people generally recognized quality when they touched it, even if they could not have explained what they were recognizing. She had an opinion about this based on years of observing Marcus's customers from the apartment above, and occasionally from the shop itself, when she came down to help during particularly busy periods. People's hands knew things that their minds had not yet formed into words. Marcus considered this. He thought she was probably right. A pause. The city outside, very distant, produced a sound, the far-off call of a night watchman making his rounds, 3 streets away, or 4. The sound traveled clearly through the night air, bouncing off stone walls, arriving in the room as something thin and small and strangely comforting. The watchman was there. The watches were being kept. The city was attending to itself. Livia mentioned the upcoming festival. She was thinking about what food to prepare. There would be extended family coming, her sister and her sister's husband and their 3 children, who would fill the apartment with a pleasant chaos that the ordinary days lacked. She wanted to prepare something special. She had been thinking about a particular honey cake, more elaborate than the one she made on ordinary evenings, with layered flavors and a texture she had been working on for months towards something she had tasted once at her mother's house years ago and never quite replicated. Marcus said that sounded wonderful. He meant it. He had a genuine appreciation for food that Livia recognized and appreciated in return, because cooking for someone who notices what they eat is a different and better experience than cooking for someone who simply eats. They talked about the children briefly, about Gaius's progress at school, which was adequate but not exceptional. The boy had a good mind but applied it selectively, with enthusiasm to the subjects that interested him and polite minimum effort to the ones that did not. The teacher had said something about this at the last meeting with parents. Marcus and Livia had discussed it before. Tonight they revisited it briefly, without anxiety, without resolution, simply two parents sharing their ongoing affectionate puzzlement at the particular person their son was turning out to be. About Tullia they said less, because Tullia was, at 6, still largely a mystery. A serious, self-contained, privately joyful person who seemed to have arrived in the world already largely herself, with preferences and observations and a way of looking at things that belonged to no one else. They both found this quality in her remarkable and slightly humbling. The child who arrives in your life and turns out to already know who she is. The conversation grew slower. The gaps between exchanges lengthened. The words became fewer and softer. This is the natural rhythm of a conversation moving toward sleep, the gradual dissolution of the social into the personal, into the private, into the silence that sleep eventually requires. The sentences get shorter, the topics become less consecutive, a thought is offered and not quite responded to because the person to whom it was offered is already half gone. The Romans personified sleep as Somus, a young god, the twin of Mors, death. The two brothers lived together in a cave through which the river Lethe, the river of forgetting, flowed quietly, and all around the cave grew poppies and other sleep-inducing plants. In some accounts, Somnus reclined on a great black bed, surrounded by his children, the Wanirae, the dreams, who were themselves a vast family of beings, each associated with a different kind of dream. The most famous of the Waniroi were Morpheus, who could take human form in dreams, embodying the people that dreamers needed to see, and Phantassos, who shaped dreams of the inanimate world, of earth and stone and water. Their brother Phobetor appeared in animal form in dreams and was the source of the word phobia, the dream beast who produced fear. These were not merely literary figures. They were genuine presences in the Roman religious imagination, beings who entered the sleeping mind with real purpose, real presence, real messages. When a Roman fell asleep, they were not merely entering unconsciousness. They were entering the domain of Somnus and his children. They were crossing a threshold into a world that was as real as the waking world, governed by its own rules and populated by its own inhabitants. A Roman prayer for good sleep might acknowledge Somos directly, asking him for rest that was deep and genuine, for dreams that were kind rather than troubling, for the particular grace of waking refreshed rather than exhausted. Sleep was not taken for granted. It was approached with the same respect and ritual acknowledgement that every other important threshold in Roman life received, and perhaps there was wisdom in this. The act of approaching sleep deliberately, of acknowledging it as a transition, a crossing, a surrender to something larger than the waking self, has a different quality from simply falling into unconsciousness. It creates a space between waking and sleep that is itself a kind of rest, a preparation, a gentle letting go. Marcus lay in the darkness and felt his body begin its nightly process of settling. This was a physical process as much as a mental one. The body, after a full day of standing and walking and bending and carrying and the 1,000 small physical engagements of a working life, had a great deal of releasing to do. The muscles of the legs, which had been in some degree of tension since the moment he rose that morning, holding him upright, moving him through the world, began to loosen their grip. The muscles of the back and shoulders, which had been carrying the subtle habitual tension of a working posture, softened. The feet, which had been in sandals all day, were bare now, and the simple sensation of bare skin against the linen sheet was, in its quiet way, one of the small pleasures of the day's end. The cool smoothness of the fabric, the freedom of unenclosed toes, the release of any enclosure at all, the weight of the wool blankets was another sensation worth attending to. Not the weightlessness of modern synthetic materials, but actual, substantial, pressing weight, the kind of weight that feels like being held rather than merely covered. The Romans understood, as people have always understood, that a little weight in the blanket is a comfort rather than a burden. It anchors you. It reminds the body that it is supported, that the world is solid beneath it, that rest is permissible. Marcus shifted slightly, finding the position that the body had long since learned was its sleeping position, the particular arrangement of limbs and weight that his body defaulted to at the end of each day, that he moved into without thought, that was as natural and as individual as his voice or his gait. Livia's breathing beside him had already slowed. She had always fallen asleep before him, more quickly, more completely, with the efficiency of someone who wasted nothing, not even the time between wakefulness and sleep. He could hear the change in her breathing, the way it deepened and steadied and lost the slight variation that conscious breathing always carried. She was asleep. He lay beside her and listened to the city. In the late night, Rome's particular soundscape was at its most concentrated and most strange. The cart traffic was at its fullest now. This was the hour when the city's deliveries were happening everywhere at once. The iron wheels of 100 wagons grinding over 100 streets, the sound overlapping and combining into a continuous low rumble that was the bass note under everything else. From somewhere far away, on a main thoroughfare, a driver was shouting at another, a brief, sharp exchange of words that rose and fell and was gone. A dog barked, then another, then silence. From somewhere above, in the upper floors of the building, someone was moving. Footsteps on a wooden floor, not urgent, not alarmed, just the footsteps of someone getting up in the night for water or for the latrine, the ordinary midnight movement of a body asserting its needs. The footsteps crossed the floor, paused, returned, silence again. The fountain at the end of the street continued its eternal commentary, the constant voice of the water, the sound that never stopped, that had been running before Marcus was born and would run after he was gone, indifferent to everything, present to everything. In the late night, with all the other sounds reduced, the fountain's voice was more audible than at any other hour. It had a meditative quality in the darkness, a sound that moved without going anywhere, that was perpetually arriving and perpetually complete. And beyond all of these specific sounds, the great background sound of the city, the accumulated murmur of 1,000,000 lives, even in their most reduced and sleeping state, producing a presence, a hum, an unmistakable sense of vast inhabited space. Rome at 3 in the morning still sounded like Rome. There was no hour at which the city was simply quiet. There was only the deepest register of its constant voice, stripped of its daytime overtones, reduced to something elemental and almost musical. Marcus lay in the darkness and listened to all of this without intending to listen, without needing to make sense of it. It was simply there, the city breathing around him, the world continuing its turning. His thoughts, which had been moving through the events of the day with the desultory, unhurried looseness of thoughts that are no longer being directed, began to slow further. The silk blend, the way Gaius had studied the La Trunculi board, the smell of the market, the forum in the morning light, the warmth of the baths, Fortuna's wheel turning without malice or mercy, the dancing figures on the lararium always in motion, always celebrating. These images passed through the softening mind without demanding anything from it. They were simply the last footage of a day being reviewed by a consciousness that was almost done with wakefulness, flickering, fading, growing less distinct at the edges, the way the horizon grows indistinct in haze. And then, by degrees so small and so gradual that no single moment could be identified as the crossing of the threshold, Marcus was asleep. He did not know, being asleep, that the night continued around him, that the cart traffic peaked, and then gradually around the 4th or 5th hour of darkness began to ease, that the vigils made their rounds on the streets below, their torches casting brief orange light against the building facades, their voices low and professional, that the baker 2 doors down rose in the deepest part of the night, the hour before even the earliest risers stirred, and began the long, slow process of heating the ovens for the morning's bread. He did not know that a brief, light rain fell sometime in the middle of the night, barely more than a heavy mist, enough to darken the stones of the street and bring up from them that particular smell of wet stone in a warm climate, clean and mineral and oddly sweet. The rain passed quickly, the stones dried within the hour, but the air in the morning would carry a freshness from it, a clarity, as if the night had cleaned everything in preparation for the day. He did not know that somewhere in the city a fire broke out, small, quickly caught by the night watchman before it could spread, contained to a single ground-floor storeroom near the river. The shouts of the vigils carried faintly through certain streets, but not as far as Marcus's. He slept on, unaware, as the emergency resolved itself in the dark. He did not know that his son Gaius woke briefly in the night, the brief, dream-disturbed waking of a child in the middle of a complicated dream, and lay for a moment looking at the ceiling of the room in the darkness, not quite sure where the dream ended and the room began, and then found the familiar sounds of the apartment and the street reassembling themselves around him, confirming that he was here, he was home, and slid back into sleep without fully surfacing. All of this happened in the night, in the living city, around and through and over the sleeping household above the cloth merchant's shop. The city did not pause for sleep. It simply changed its register. It lowered its voice. It became something more private, more interior, more concentrated in its essential nature. And within that lowered register, within the deep and breathing darkness, Marcus slept, deeply, completely, with the specific and uncomplicated thoroughness of a tired body at the end of an honest day. He slept in Rome, in the night, in the warm darkness, with his wife beside him, and his children in the next room, and his shop below, and his city all around him. He slept as people have always slept, at the end of days that were full and ordinary and entirely, sufficiently, completely their own. And the night held him as it holds everyone, without distinction, without judgment, with the vast and impartial tenderness of darkness that asks nothing and offers everything. Sleep, rest, the long, quiet middle of the night. And somewhere in the still hours before dawn, the fountain at the end of the street continued its soft and endless voice, telling no one, telling everyone, the water runs, the night continues, all is well, From any high point in the city, the view of Rome was extraordinary, not in the way that a modern city skyline is extraordinary, not vertical, not glittering, not reaching upward in towers of glass and steel. Rome's skyline was horizontal and warm, a vast, dense, irregular sea of tiled rooftops, red, brown, and orange in the sunlight, stretching in every direction as far as the eye could reach, interrupted here and there by the white marble columns of a temple rising above the surrounding buildings, by the curve of an aqueduct arching across the landscape on its stone legs, by the great mass of the Circus Maximus, that enormous elongated arena lying in the valley between the Palatine and Aventine hills like a sleeping giant, by the bulk of the Colosseum, still relatively new in Marcus's time, its curved exterior rising above the surrounding neighborhood in a way that was genuinely imposing even from a distance, and around all of this the 7 hills, the hills on which Rome had grown, the hills whose names were woven into the mythology and the history and the daily geography of the city, the Palatine, the Capitoline, the Aventine, the Salian, the Esquiline, the Viminal, the Quarinal, each one with its own character, its own history, its own association in the Roman imagination. The Palatine, where the emperors lived in their vast palace complex, the Capitoline, where the great temples stood, the Aventine, with its mixed population of working people and foreigners, and the ancient smell of the river nearby, and below all the hills, through the heart of the city, the Tiber. The river was the artery of Rome's connection to the world. Brownish and slow-moving and not particularly beautiful, the Romans themselves wrote about its muddiness and its occasional tendency to flood, but absolutely essential. The Tiber was how goods arrived in Rome. The great ships that crossed the Mediterranean could not sail up the Tiber themselves. They were too large, the river too shallow and too winding in places, but they unloaded at Ostia, at the river's mouth, and from there their cargo was transferred to flat-bottomed river barges called naves scudicariae, which were hauled upstream by teams of oxen walking along the towpath on the riverbank. This hauling was slow work, 20 kilometers of river against the current by oxen. It took the better part of a day, but it was reliable, and it was the last stage of a journey that might have begun months earlier and thousands of miles away. Before goods reached the sea that would carry them to Rome, many of them had traveled overland, and overland travel in the Roman world meant roads. The Roman road system was one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects in human history. Not just ambitious in scale, though the scale was extraordinary, but ambitious in quality, in engineering, in the deliberate, systematic intention behind it. The Romans did not build roads because roads happened. They built roads because they understood, with the clarity of a civilization that ran on administration and military force and commerce, that without reliable all-weather roads, an empire could not function. The construction of a Roman road was a serious and carefully executed process. The road began with a trench excavated to a depth that depended on the terrain and the expected traffic. Into this trench went successive layers of materials, large rough stones at the base to provide drainage and stability, then smaller stones and gravel compacted into a firm substrate, then a surface layer of carefully fitted flat stones, slightly crowned in the center so that rainwater ran off to drainage channels on either side rather than pooling on the surface. The result was a road that was solid, well-drained, and durable, a road that could carry heavily laden carts, marching armies, and ordinary travelers through rain and winter and summer heat without becoming impassable. Roman roads were so well built that many of them, beneath modern roads or beside them, or occasionally forming the actual surface of them, are still present in the landscape of Europe and the Middle East today, 2,000 years after their construction. Along these roads, goods moved. From the tin mines of Britain, metal traveled south and east to the ports of Gaul, and then by ship across the Channel and down the Atlantic coast and through the Strait of Gibraltar into the Mediterranean. From the great grain-growing plains of North Africa, particularly the fertile lands of what is now Tunisia and Algeria, ships loaded with wheat sailed northward across the Mediterranean to Ostia, carrying the food on which Rome depended for its daily bread. From Spain, the olive oil that was as fundamental to Roman life as water itself, the amphorae carrying it made into such mountains of sherds at Rome's main dump, Monte Testaccio, that the hill is still there today. An artificial mound in the middle of the city made entirely of broken amphora fragments. From Gaul, the rich, extensively farmed province that is now France, came wine and pottery and woolen cloth. From the Rhine frontier came goods that had come still further, from the Germanic lands beyond the empire's northern edge. From the Black Sea coast came salted fish, slaves, and grain. From Greece and the Aegean came marble and fine pottery and olive oil and wine of particular quality. And from further still, the trade that most captured the Roman imagination, and that represented the furthest extension of Rome's commercial reach, came from the East. From India came pepper. This seems, from the vantage point of the modern world, like a modest commodity. Pepper is cheap now, available in every kitchen, unremarkable. In the Roman world, it was worth extraordinary amounts. Pepper was a spice that could not be produced anywhere in the Mediterranean basin. It grew only in the forests of southern India, in a specific climate and soil that could not be replicated elsewhere. It arrived in Rome after a journey of extraordinary length and complexity. Shipped from the Malabar coast of India across the Arabian Sea to the ports of the Red Sea coast, then transported overland by caravan across the Egyptian desert to the Nile, then shipped downriver to Alexandria, then loaded onto Mediterranean vessels for the final leg to Rome. Each stage of this journey added cost. Each intermediary, the Indian trader, the Arab sailor, the Egyptian caravan master, the Alexandrian shipper, took a portion of the price. By the time pepper reached a spice stall in the Forum of Rome, it had traveled perhaps 8,000 miles and passed through perhaps a dozen pairs of hands, each of which had added to its price. Pepper in Rome was genuinely expensive. It was used carefully, as a luxury and a sign of prosperity, not scattered liberally the way we might use it today. Other spices came from the same direction. Cinnamon from Sri Lanka, the Romans called it taprobane, whose warm, sweet bark had been traveling to the Mediterranean world since long before Rome was an empire, carried by Arab and Indian traders who jealously guarded the secrets of its origin. Cardamom and ginger, turmeric, the extraordinary array of aromatic substances used in perfumery and medicine and incense, many of which came from the forests and coasts of southern Asia and East Africa. And then there was silk. Silk was perhaps the single most transformative luxury commodity in the ancient world. The Romans knew silk. They wore it, those who could afford it. They described it in their literature. They passed laws at various points attempting to restrict its use by men whom some Roman moralists felt were becoming unacceptably soft by wearing this diaphanous Eastern fabric. And yet they had, for a long time, no clear idea of where it came from or how it was made. The Chinese, who had been producing silk for thousands of years before the Romans encountered it, guarded the secret of its production with the seriousness of a matter of state. Silk came from silkworms, caterpillars of the Bomyx mori moth, raised on mulberry leaves, their cocoons unwound in a single continuous thread of extraordinary fineness and strength. This information was kept from the Western world for centuries, the silk arriving in Rome via the Silk Road, that great network of overland and sea routes connecting China through Central Asia and Persia to the ports of the Mediterranean, stripped of all evidence of its origin. Some Roman writers speculated that silk grew on trees, combed out like the fleece of some arboreal animal. Others had a vague sense that it involved some kind of worm, but could not reconcile this with the quality and fineness of the fabric. The mystery was part of silk's allure, this substance from the very edge of the world, whose origin was unknown, whose journey to Rome was immeasurably long, and whose quality was unlike anything that Roman craftspeople could produce. When Marcus had held the silk blend that arrived in his shop, that fabric with its particular luminosity and drape, he was holding the end of a thread that stretched back through thousands of miles and dozens of countries to workshops in China that he could not have imagined, worked by hands he would never know, producing a material that had traveled further than any Roman merchant could personally travel in a lifetime. He had not thought about this explicitly as he held it, but something in the fabric's quality, its difference, its foreignness, its refusal to behave quite like anything else, was the physical trace of that extraordinary journey. You could feel the distance in it if you were paying attention. 20 kilometers downstream from Rome, where the Tiber met the sea, was the city of Ostia. Ostia was Rome's port, Rome's warehouse, Rome's gateway to the world. It was not the largest port in the empire. Puteoli, further down the Italian coast, had long been the main entry point for Eastern goods before Ostia's facilities were expanded, but it was the closest to Rome, and as Rome's appetite for imported goods grew, Ostia grew with it. The archaeological remains of Ostia are among the best preserved in the entire Roman world. Unlike Pompeii, which was preserved by sudden catastrophe, Ostia was preserved by gradual abandonment. As the empire declined and Rome's population shrank, Ostia slowly emptied, its buildings left standing, its streets silting up, its warehouses filling with the debris of centuries rather than the ash of a volcano. What archaeology has uncovered there is an extraordinary picture of a working Roman port city. There are the Horaea, the great warehouses, massive brick structures with thick walls designed to keep their contents cool and dry, organized around central courtyards. Their rooms identifiable from the storage marks and amphora stoppers still found in the debris. Wine from Spain, olive oil from North Africa, grain from Egypt, the annona, the grain supply that the Roman state managed with obsessive care because feeding the city of Rome was literally a matter of imperial survival. There are the offices of the merchant guilds, the collegia, the professional associations of traders who dealt in specific commodities or who came from specific regions. The square of the corporations at Ostia, partially excavated, shows a remarkable mosaic floor in which each merchant's office is identified by a mosaic panel depicting their trade, a ship, an amphora, an elephant, a dolphin, and sometimes naming the city or region from which they came. African grain shippers, Eastern spice merchants, Spanish olive oil traders, all of them maintaining a permanent presence at the gateway of Rome, all of them part of the vast, invisible, constantly moving web of commerce that kept the empire alive. Marcus had been to Ostia several times, not recently. His suppliers managed the port end of the supply chain and delivered to him at the city's markets, but in his younger years, when he had accompanied his own father on buying trips and first understood the scale of the world that fed Rome's appetite, he remembered standing on the quayside and watching a grain ship being unloaded. The ship was large by ancient standards, perhaps 30 meters long, deep-bodied, built for carrying heavy cargo across open water. It sat low in the harbor, its cargo still aboard, and as the workers, dock workers of extraordinary physical strength, moving with the efficiency of people who did this every day, carried the heavy grain sacks from the hold to the dock, the ship slowly rose in the water, the hull emerging from the harbor like a slow-motion sunrise. He had watched this for a long time. The slow rising of the ship, the pile of grain sacks accumulating on the dock, the workers moving back and forth without stopping, without hurrying, with the steady, machine-like efficiency of human labor organized to a purpose. He had thought then, as a young man accompanying his father, about how many people it took to produce this scene, the farmers who had grown the grain in Egypt in their fields along the Nile, the workers who had harvested it and threshed it and sacked it, the barge crews who had moved it down the river to Alexandria, the sailors who had loaded it onto the sea-going ship and sailed it across the Mediterranean, the harbor pilots who had brought the ship safely through the mouth of the Tiber, the dock workers now unloading it, and then the barge crews who would load it again for the final upstream journey to Rome, and the warehouse workers who would store it, and the grain distributors who would eventually move it to the bakeries and the state grain distribution points where ordinary Romans would receive their portion. An uncountable number of hands, an uncountable number of days of human effort, all of it converging on this one dock, this one ship, these sacks of grain that would eventually become bread on someone's table. This was trade. This was what trade really was at its largest scale, the organized movement of human effort across space and time, the conversion of work done here and now into sustenance, available there and later, the weaving together of distant lives through the medium of goods. Marcus, standing in his narrow street behind his counter, was a small but real part of this vast system. The fabric he sold had come from Egypt and Syria and the eastern Mediterranean by routes we have traced, by ship and barge and cart and the carrying arms of 100 workers. It had passed through the hands of Demetrius, who had connections in the ports and the markets. It had arrived at Marcus's shelves, and from Marcus's shelves it had gone to Livia's household customers, to Fortunata's dressmaking workshop, to the young man preparing for his wedding, to the philosopher in his faded cloak. From Marcus the cloth went into the city. It became tunics and dresses and coverings and curtains. It was worn at weddings, in festivals, and ordinary working days. It absorbed the sweat of bodies going about their lives. It was washed and mended and eventually wore out, and was cut into rags or traded as second-hand cloth or simply discarded. The life of cloth in the ancient world was longer than we might imagine. Nothing was wasted. Fabric that was too worn for clothing might become stuffing for mattresses or padding for tools or cleaning rags. The very last shreds might be incorporated into papier-mâché-like composite materials. A bolt of cloth that Marcus sold might, in its various transformations, remain useful for a decade. And when it was finally gone, the thread that had made it, that had been grown in Egypt or shorn from a sheep in the hills, had been converted over its long, useful life into the warmth and comfort and protection that clothing provides, into the specific warmth of a child sleeping under a woolen blanket, into the dignity of a man wearing his best tunic on the most important day of his life, into the practical protection of a worker's heavy cloak in a winter rain. This was what Marcus's work contributed to the world. Not gold, not marble, not the stuff of history books, just warmth, just covering, just the fundamental, ancient, entirely human need to clothe the body against the world. It was enough, more than enough. It was, in its quiet way, everything. There is a metaphor that presents itself almost irresistibly when thinking about a cloth merchant in the ancient world, and it is the metaphor of weaving. Trade, at its largest scale, was a weave, a vast fabric of connection stretching across the known world, with every merchant and every shipper and every craftsperson and every farmer forming a thread, and the goods they produced and moved and sold forming the intersections where the threads crossed and held. Marcus was one thread in this fabric. A short thread in geographical terms, he moved in the course of his working life through a small area of a single city, but a thread that was connected through Demetrios and through the port at Ostia and through the ships on the Mediterranean and through the farms and workshops of Egypt and Syria to threads that stretched to the edges of the world. The silk thread Marcus had been holding that afternoon, that luminous, travel-worn thread of Chinese silk, was the most dramatic symbol of how far these connections reached. But every thread in his shop had its own story. The Egyptian linen grown in the flood-nourished fields of the Nile Delta, the Syrian wool shorn from sheep grazing on the dry hillsides of the Levant, the madder-dyed fabric, its color drawn from a plant root that someone had grown and harvested and processed with skill and knowledge passed down through generations. Every bolt of cloth was a compressed record of human effort, human skill, human connection. Every sale Marcus made was a small continuation of that record, adding one more chapter, sending the fabric forward into its next life in the hands of his customers. This is what trade really was in the ancient world as in ours, not merely the movement of things, the movement of people's work, the conversion of effort and skill and knowledge into objects that carried those qualities forward in time and space, from the hands that made them to the hands that used them. And Marcus, in his small shop on his narrow street in the greatest city in the world, stood at the center of this movement every day, not consciously, not with any grand sense of his own significance, simply present, simply attentive, simply doing his work with the care and honesty that good work requires. One thread in the vast and beautiful fabric, holding his place, doing his part, connected to everything. We have spent a long and lovely day together in ancient Rome. We walked the streets before sunrise and heard the city waking up. We watched Marcus open his shop and greet his first customers of the morning. We walked with him through the busy forum and the colorful market, past the stalls of spice sellers and wine dealers and grain merchants. We sat with him in the warm marble rooms of the public baths. We shared his simple dinner with his family. We played board games by lamplight and heard the children's laughter and the quiet conversation of a long-married couple at the end of a long day. And we heard him say his small prayers to small gods and thought about what it means to move through a life that feels, even in its most ordinary moments, like it is held within something larger. What strikes me most, whenever I think about people in the ancient world, is not how different they were from us. It is how similar: the worries about money, the pleasure of a good meal, the warmth of a family gathered together in the evening, the small satisfactions of work done well, the daily cup of wine, the handful of olives, the familiar creak of the shop door in the morning. 2,000 years is a very long time, and yet these things, these deeply human things, have barely changed at all. We still wake up in the morning and face the day. We still need to eat and to work and to rest. We still find joy in small pleasures and worry about small fears. We still love our children and care about our neighbors and feel grateful for a good night's sleep after a full day. Marcus, our cloth merchant, lived and worked and ate and slept and loved and eventually died and left almost no individual trace in the historical record. He is not famous. He did not win battles or write poems or build monuments. He just lived his life, day by day, in that beautiful, complicated, ordinary city. And yet tonight we have been with him. We have seen his world through his eyes. We have walked his streets and sat in his shop and shared his table. And perhaps in some quiet way, that is the most remarkable thing of all. History is not only the story of emperors and armies and famous events. It is also the story of the cloth merchant waking up before dawn and setting out his bolts of linen, the baker pulling bread from the oven, the child practicing her letters by lamplight, the woman spinning wool in the quiet hour before sleep. All of these people were real. All of them lived and breathed and felt and thought. All of them woke up one morning and went about their ordinary day, not knowing that 2,000 years later, someone, you, might lie down in the darkness and think about them with something very close to tenderness. That is, I think, one of the most beautiful things about history. The way it reaches across time and reminds us that we are part of something immeasurably long and deep. That the life you are living right now, your ordinary days, your small worries, your simple pleasures, is also part of this great continuous story of human beings waking up and moving through their world. And so tonight, as you let your eyes grow heavy and your breathing slow, and your thoughts drift softly into rest, perhaps you can carry with you just a faint image. A narrow Roman street in the early morning light, the smell of fresh bread, the sound of sandals on stone, a cloth merchant opening his shop and looking up at the thin blue strip of sky above the rooftops, just a man going about his day, just a life, like all the lives that have ever been lived on this quiet, spinning earth. Sleep well. The city is resting now. The lamps are out. The streets are still. And somewhere, in the long memory of time, Marcus and his family, and all the ordinary, extraordinary people of ancient Rome, are resting too. Good night.